Oh, God. We live already? I think we're live. I'm not sure. My voice is gone. That didn't take long. Give me just a second here, guys. Connect to the stream. Connect to the stream. Stream keys. Stream keys. Stream keys. Are we gonna trend day today or what? See what we got going on here. I was looking at this morning I took a look at perform for the expectations for 2026. Still on track as of right now. Posted a link to the chart, the original chart for the outlook for this year as it progresses versus the 2026 yearly outlook. It's still on track. It's still doing its thing. I have a meeting this morning I have to go to in the next few minutes. So we have a developer. Some of you guys know who he is. His name's Bork. He actually comes. He's like a, I don't know. I want to call him like a heritage developer. He comes from a prestigious background as a developer. Excuse me, I'm losing my voice. I'm still kind of sick from last weekend. Still got it with me. But he has an amazing background. I cannot tell you how many, and this isn't a knock on developers either. It's, I think, more that developers oftentimes have to part of being a developer and engineer, your job is to you walk into issues or problems that need solved, and so you learn as you go along. And it's very hard oftentimes to find matches with developers, and it's very hard to find. It's not so much. I think it has more to do with their backgrounds, what they're good at, or whatever. But frequently, anyways, I run into that issue of trying to find a developer that can actually develop the tools that I want and quickly, or have the knowledge base to do it. I think we spent 2 years just trying to get this thing off the ground, trying to find developers that fit. Eventually, we met Bork, and he's done nothing but crush it, like just crushes. And he's a full stack. He's not a front end or a back end guy, so we got very lucky with that. So, if you don't know Bork is like the man. He's basically the man. He's absolutely. We would be nowhere without him. So we have a bunch of tools that we're releasing right now in the background. Gamma suites, paper trading stuff, trade finders, you name it. We've got a bunch of other stuff too. And it's all starting to roll out right now. And this morning, we're just going to review some of this stuff, how it's presented, ease of use, that kind of stuff. Front end, UI, UI, UX maybe. I don't know. I've heard it used a couple different ways. And we'll review those tools on the show, because I don't think you guys are fully aware of. Here's the S&P 500 right here from your brief last night. We're gonna go over this first, though. So while I go and do this meeting, I just want you to feel like you're safe as we move forward this morning. You feel confident this morning. I think we're in a trend day today. If you don't know, if you're watching the show right now, I think we're in trend day today, so I think you're safe. If you ever notice, sometimes I'm not here, it's on trend days. You ever notice? Maybe you don't notice. I'm like, yeah, they're fine today. They don't need me. They can just follow the line up all day long, or down, or whatever that may be. I try to be here for the worst days or the sideways days or the down days. And if I can't be here, I try to set them up for trend days. They make it easy, so you don't have to do too much thinking. You just know that it's up and to the right on those days, or down and to the right those days, or whatever. Okay, so I will walk you through this morning, and I got to go to a meeting, and I'll rejoin the stream at some point later today with you. So the first thing we're going to look at here is what? Let's take a look at the trigger screen. I've got us going trend up today into 700, 702. I was asked a couple of programming notes yesterday. I was asked a ton of questions towards the close yesterday, involved questions that take involved answers, and I could not answer all of them yesterday while I was trying to watch the close in the market to get long. So I apologize yesterday if there's like a bunch of questions and I can't fully answer them. If you guys have questions like that, try to save them for after the close if you can, because we were reviewing yesterday earnings and then trying to get long in the bell, and we weren't getting the price action we were looking for to flip higher into today to get long on some SPY calls and stuff like that. So we're going to look at the market right now, see where we're headed. And I got one of the questions. The reason I'm bringing that up is because yesterday I was asked a question about hedging post Feb 13th, I think. So today's Thursday. This is Friday right here. Friday would be the 13th. And what you should be looking for here, this is all in the briefs. I think I've wrote this past week, which was you'd expect some kind of move up into the weekend, Monday, Tuesday. It's in and around the 13th. Usually you'll find a high. And then you want to start hedging on a high if we're in a trend higher, so that you can get a little bit of a help potentially from some not necessarily negative stuff, but if you're accumulating on the beginning of the month, if you ever I think Larry Williams gave a pretty decent coverage of this. Every year he talks about this, but you can't, if we're going up, in the case of going up, you're accumulating for some kind of a print by like the 13th or something. I think there's a print on like the 7th or 9th, and then there's another print on the 13th. And if we're going up for the beginning of the month, we come back down typically into OPEX. And oftentimes the trigger for that is VIXpiration, whack, whack, right? Brings you back down into reality. You come back into OPEX. And then thereafter, sometimes you let back out. And then you come back down into that OPEX for month end, and then we get a little bit of doom, and we're off and running for new month flows. Does that make sense? Every month we get new flows, and if we can get these new month flows on a low, so you get the OPEX pin, then you get the month end pin, then you get the new month flows. We restart the entire process again. It's oftentimes why. You'll see me watching, like, if we're going trend up or trend down, I don't care. If we're trending major trend up or major trending down, I'm always looking to see if, let's say this is the end of a month or the end of a month, if we're trending way underneath trend to break trend or way outside of downtrend. So if this is the end of the month right here, and you're like blooding, then all of a sudden you're coming up. If you haven't, this is a new month and you haven't broken downtrend, we tend to go right back down again. If we trend up and out of a downtrend before we get to end of month and we're like breaking out right here, we can then get those new flows to break us out of trend. If that makes any sense. I don't know if it does or doesn't, but if you on your own were to snap a line on monthly and quarterly OPEXs, or a VIXpiration OPEX and month end, and you're looking to see a major trend change, you can typically go back in time and say, oh, it's right there. You can see it. You can see where the market becomes where the market's free to move. You can with in terms of gamma, gamma and delta, I should say. You can see where the market's free to move. You can see where the market becomes tied into a vortex as new options come on market and old options leave. As old options die, the market's free to move, and then as more and more options come into the market gets into almost like a vortex into OpXs, and then it's free to move again. So if you snap those lines, right, and you have that concept in your head, you can start to look back in time and say, oh yeah, I can see how the market changes major trend. Especially on like quarterly OpXs, or actually major trend changes, I usually see them a month after. On average, it's about a month after if we're going to change trend. But even so, monthly and quarterly OpXs, you can usually see if you're going to change major trend in and around those dates. You can kind of like just look at it and say, oh, I get it now. So at any rate, let's look at where we are. We're going to delete everything here. And we're just going to look at SPOOs before I get into this meeting. And we're parked up here on this. Let me get rid of this really quick. I can't do this. I'm sorry, I can't. I'm trying. I really am. I'm trying. I can't do it. It's bugging the fuck out of me. No. Get rid of that. Okay. So this is SPY. We're sitting up here in this consolidation. We're sitting up here in this consolidation distribution range. We don't know what it's going to be. I know that if you look at this, it looks kind of like a inverse head and shoulders. And see it there, and then still no new high over here. I'm not really, I don't really like inverse head and shoulders. I really like cups and handles like this. I like them like this. These things tend to fail, especially on the, you know where they tend to fail for me? They tend to fail, like, you know how like, if you ever notice like sell side downside tends to happen quickly on opening bells or in after hours and pre-market. You ever notice most of the down moves top lining this, like most down moves happen like on an opening bell. They'll tend to be even larger, like on the PM you'll see it. So this is cash market, New York cash market. And just like that, head and shoulders, I like them on bottoms more than I like them on tops. So anyways, if you're going to do an inverse head and shoulder, I prefer the inverse head and shoulder, not the head and shoulder. They tend not to work like they used to. Watch it work here, of course. But at any rate, that's what it looks like right now. We're in this distribution or consolidation type trading pattern here. There are some notes here too. Yesterday I was asked something else about 700, 705, 7,000, 7,000, 05 or 7,015 or whatever. As we come up into this range, I want you to pay close attention here because I want you to see this. Get rid of all this. I want you to take a peek here at this daily trigger. And as we come up into, let's pretend that's 700. And there's 705, there's 715. I want you to be aware that this yellow line right here, this is our daily, that's green. This is our daily trigger right here, right? And it just keeps pushing us higher and 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 higher into this eventuality, right? And this eventuality either means that we're going to get a couple outcomes, right? One outcome is going to be something like we go up here and we fail spectacularly, or we lose we end up losing earlier. We get told fuck you, no, get underneath here, and we start dropping. Or we go up in here and we make a couple series of highs, and we can start taking this trade above. The key point behind this is that this trend, this momentum, is carrying price right now up into the 700, 705, 715, or whatever. I want you to reference what I think happens up here from our yearly brief. We have a yearly outlook. You can find that on the website. It's posted on the website in full, and it explains what my thoughts are on this early year, and then where the base is. Base case is for the rest, or until fall. The expectations that I have, basically sideways into sideways and up into summertime, and then some kind of like freak out in the summertime. I'm assuming it has something to do with like the Epstein files and the election volatility and all that kind of stuff should, and then maybe some AI freak out, like a mix of all that kind of sentiment stuff should come to a some kind of like, you know, volatility. Midterm volatility is very common in these second terms. So we'll take a look at that later again. But for right now, just be aware that this daily trigger is continuing up and up and up and up and up and up and up, and it's up and up and up and up and up and up and up. And we should get some kind of a reaction up here at 7,000. I mean, we're gonna get our 700 or whatever. We've already been at 7,000. We've actually printed 7,000 on SPX. I think we've printed much higher in ES at this point. ES has printed. What's the high on ES right now? Hey, look at that. The high on ES is 7042. High on SPX 7,000, and then SPY still has not touched. It's gotten close, but not quite touched. 698.45 is the high so far on SPY. So we should get some kind of reaction up here as we move forward. We're do right now for the rest of today is just take a peek at the market together. Just make sure that you are positioned appropriately, or whatever your thesis is. Not what my thesis is, what your thesis is. Here, hold on here. So we'll do a week. Start with the week. Take a look at where we are. So just today being Thursday, on a weekly basis, I want you to note that on a weekly basis, we do not need to go up anymore. I don't think so. If you look closely here, I mean, it'd be nice to close the week out above this, but I want you to see here that we've put in a weekly high already. So a weekly high has been put in this week already from last week. And the larger concern here is, the larger concern here would be, do we give this zone up right here? Now this is 6. Let me snap a line so you can see it. Buyers don't want to be giving this up right here. This is 690.46. Theoretically, they want to close the week on a new high, but it's not required is the point. There's no requirement. They've got the last week's new high is in. There's no new low in the week, which is pretty bullish. So you're going to see, of course, the attempt by sell side to get us underneath that, make us more bearish for next week, that kind of stuff. So as of right now, this doesn't look too bad. This looks pretty good. You get rid of that. Get rid of this. Now, the week's progressing fairly well enough at this point, as far as we know. I'm going to put this one down here. We're going to put this one right here. And if you're looking for some real doom on a weekly basis, it lies below at this point, 672.76. I'll leave that in there for you right there. You go on a daily basis. Let's take a peek here. On a daily basis, we do not want to give up. If today is trend day up, we do not want to give up 692.28. So if you're looking for a dip to buy today, 692.28 is the word. 692.28. We don't want to go underneath that. If we were to go underneath that, I'm going to snap 2 more lines here. The trade would be all the way down below to 686.03. Let's put this over here. Put this one right here. That's really all we need to see. We could draw this one in if you want. This little, we could do that one right there if you want to, just in case we have a freak out and head and start we blast through this, then we blast through that, and then we're blasting through this. Oh my God, depths of hell. We're gonna go to the 4 hour right here. Your peak. This is where I like to buy 4 hour candles. If you ever want to know why I look so close at the 4 hours, it's usually where I'm trying to get long or short. Here is the 4 hour right here. This would be the buy zone right here. It's kind of where the bulls live. The next zone that the bulls live is down here. This is 4 right here. And we'll put this one up too. This is where normally where the pain is, right in here. Sometimes the daily is below the 4 hour, and that's where the pain is. Not really too concerned with that. That's your halfback trade. I think that's your halfback trade, right? This is all the halfback trade right here. You don't want to see any of that. Or I guess a bull, I don't know, it depends if you don't want to see any of that. Some of you want to see that, some of you don't. Let's go over here. Go to the 1 hour. So you can see kind of see right here. Here's the basis for bulls. Let's take a look at this. It's nice and easy to see, right? Bulls, buyers, 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 buyers. And if they lose this zone right here, where are they at? They're right here. So if you lose this right here, this is where the smart money is. I guess you could call this smart money right here. On the daily trigger. You want to watch this very closely here to see if this is a good price action to watch right now. You see this nice, you got the squeeze up right here. You got the blast back down. This is the cup and handle. Ever want to see that? Love these cup and handles. Love them. Love them, love them, love them. We're going to go back to a 1 hour right here. 30 minute. We're going to 1 hour right here. I'm going to put in 2 of these right here. Make this yellow. Make this, oh, wrong one. Make this one yellow right here. Trying to trap us in. Put this right here. So 1. One right there. Notice how we have not broken. You see right here how we have not broken this. See that right there? No break. So you're going to watch sellers are going to try to pound down, open that door, freak you out, come back down here, sweep this to the upside. This is the 12th, by the way, right here. So keep your eye on this one over here. Put this one in. That right there. What do we got here for economic calendar? Today is Thursday. Peak. I want all of the impacts on this one. We got existing home sales at 10 a.m. That's a big one. Then we get 30-year bond auction at 1 p.m. Fed balance sheet at 4:30. But then the big one is inflation tomorrow. Let's go to a 1 minute. We've got 10 a.m. This was your first data for existing home sales. And then at 1 p.m. we have over here. Come on, dude. That shouldn't be all day long. Like, come on. There we go. 12:30. You want to pay attention to the bond bulls. They use bond auctions as a source of vol. Hold on here. $30-year auction, and then we also want to be also aware of inflation print tomorrow. Just be aware of that end of day today. After this takes place, I want you to think about that for later today. Go back to an hour really quick. We've got inflation at 8:30 on Friday. And then we've got, let's go. Sorry about that. We got inflation print on Friday. Back over here. Same thing. Hang tighter, guys. I got a couple things I got to do here. Put that up there. Put this one right here. This is kind of where we're trying to get to up here. Back to an hour. Trade is up like this. That's the way we're going right there. Did I do that right? Hold on. Nope. Right there. Right up there. Back to a 1 minute. Back over here. Should have fairly good idea of where we're headed. This green box is the lowest that buyers can be. Otherwise, they'll blast down. So this is your buy the dip and stops underneath it because we will blast down here. Keep this stuff down here for you. Yeah, that's all you need. We got that right there. This right here. This right here, just so we know where it is. These up here. Back to the main screen. This is your 10. This is 10 a.m. 10:30. What is that? Okay. For some reason, that looks darker than the other one. 10:30 to 11 a.m. $11:30. 12 p.m. Oh. All right, and there's 1,300 right there. There's the 30-year. There's the inflation print. Right about there. Way is higher. In my view, the way is higher. So I'll leave you with this. I'm going to put the news squawker on for you this morning. I'm going to go into this meeting. As soon as I'm done, I'm going to come right back on the show with you. Existing home sales, I'm looking at the report right now. The existing home sales report should get uglier and uglier. Wolf follows like 3 months in advance from the official. If you're not following housing, whether it's new home sales, used home sales, you should. There's a it's not quite a housing crisis. It's like the housing market's been coming down, generally speaking, across the country. It's not everywhere, but each real estate market is its own unique thing. And that rollover in the housing market, well, like top line, like real estate's a weird thing. It doesn't matter until it does, especially when housing markets implode. Oftentimes, when they do implode, people will flinch and think that it's just like 2008. There's going to be a housing crisis. I don't see that in this cycle. I do see it in future cycles. We are loosening the rules for home ownership currently right now. We will see that at some point, a problem. What happened was after 2008, the federal government and people wanted tighter controls on the risk that people can take on in life. And what we created out of that was a resilient class of home buyer. So it had like an opposite effect. Capitalism is the kind of thing where you want to give the people the opportunity to fuck up. And we all know if you don't give your children an opportunity to fuck up, what happens, right? You want your kids to be able to like have mistakes, break shit, and guide them through those mistakes so that they don't make those mistakes as an adult without adult supervision. So when your child is young, you want them to be able to encounter hard things and you guide them through it. When you don't give them that experience, if you're not there for them when they're older, they don't have that those tools, I guess, that they've developed. Sometimes they do, but oftentimes they don't. And I would think of that like with the housing market. So, can it lead to declines in the stock market? Yes. Is it something where in this cyclical down it's going to be like that? No. There's a lot of misinformation out there about the housing market. The housing market went cranking. Most buyers were underneath 3%. Vast majority. They haven't sold. They're aging out as time passes, but they've stuck in their homes. And then there's like this whole thing where it's like, oh, these people are screwed. They're not screwed. They're like the vast majority of homeowners are not screwed. The vast majority of homeowners are not screwed of prices that ballooned with QE and they're now coming back down. They're just normal in their home ownership. We could talk more about this. Not right now. I got to get out of here, but we should talk more about the housing market at some point because there's a lot of misinformation out there about it and the doom associated with it. So we'll talk more about it in a bit, but there is no gotcha moment for those people. Zero. There's zero gotcha moment for those people. And I think people are like, they want that, so they want to feel better, rage, feel better, comeuppance, that kind of stuff. It's just not there. It really isn't. You need to see the housing market like probably lose 80% of value, 50% of value, maybe more. But it started really paying would probably be 60% of their current or the peak, which I don't see that happening. That shit ain't happening. Anyways, we'll go over more of it another time. So it's parked here right now, but I'm gonna try to make this so you can see it for at least the next hour or two, just in here. And I'll be back with you guys in just a bit. And put this this new squawker back on. Run up. None. That thing is so small. Why is that so small? There we go. Can't even read that stuff. that right there. There's your daily trigger. Thank you. Where do we go here? We've got. We got shanked down, baby. We're likely going to squeeze into the end of the day. We're likely going to squeeze into the day into the weekend. I've got 675, 679. And the wall opens today, too, above at 7,000. We did this the last time that happened. Nope. We bled on the wall opened on the 3rd. No. On the 28th, the wall opened above. We got shanked. I think it was the 28th or it was the 3rd. Can you mind putting this back in its box and put it by the boxes on the have a hot mic? Thanks for saying something to me. I'm about to hop on here in just a minute. Okay, what's the last thing I gotta fucking write down here? Yeah, now that I know that I have a hot mic, works sexy. I gotta do spots for the new tools. Okay. All right, I think I got it. What the fuck happened? Oh my god. Take a look at this really quick. Okay, so this is kind of interesting, and I find this a little bit interesting here. Hold on here, guys. Thank fucking God I didn't put a bunch of goddamn calls on at 9:30 and walk away. I've got like one, but I just added some right now. Give me a second here, guys. Let me just get back in my desk chair here. We did a meeting this morning for new tools. We've got like a Gamma Suite, option selling suite, and then an option profit calculator. This is to build trades, and then a paper trader. They're fucking dope. And we just got a couple more coming. We've got like seasonality charts and volatility charts, and then some other stuff we got to do, like news feed. So we pay for data to get like first line news before it breaks, like before you see it on Twitter and shit. We got to build this news feed for the website and stuff. Hey, give me one quick second here. I gotta clean my glasses. Hold on. I can't see shit. Hold on. Anyways, so we were looking at all these tools and having Bork did a presentation on them, and they're fucking insane. Like the Gex tool, the Gex and Gamma tools are really nice. Probably the highlight for me. Close second was option selling, as this is what this year is going to be based upon, is buying markets, of course, and selling options against. He even had some poor man option selling, basically where you don't own the underlying. So we're going to talk about this real quick right here, this price action. So the back on, let me go back there and look. Back on, I was wondering if this would happen today. I didn't expect it to happen. I'll say that much. Let me open this up. I did not expect this drop today at all. I opened one call, but I didn't want to leave it I didn't want to leave a bunch of calls unsupervised. This is a good example of why you don't do that, right? So that you can have stops to stop trades that go against you. Now, it's fascinating today because we had the 7,000 wall open briefly, I want to say on the last day of the month. I'm going to look right now. I'll try to confirm this. Yep. So on the I want to say on the 29th of January, we had the gamma wall above 7,000 briefly opened for like one session. And there was a window to blast through 7,000. And someone sold big. I don't think this was dealers. I think this was a market participant. The one when it happened back on the last time that wall was open. And today, in particular, we had the same thing happen this morning, or should happen this morning, where the gamma wall above 7,000 opened again, and we're selling this morning. Let me just take a look at the net gamma on the market really quick. And just take a peek. Give me a second here. Oh, fucking 2A authentication. Fucking never quiet here. It's like every goddamn app, every goddamn thing requires. It's like intentional. Hang tighter, guys. Come on. All right, so we're going to look at, can we use our thing? Is our tool available to show on the screen right now? I don't want net gamma. I want net gamma. Okay. Give me a second here. I don't know if this isn't showing up for me right now. I'm trying to use our gamma suite right now and I can't. Oh, come on. Do it. Fuck. I still don't think it's ready, or the data's not up on it or something. Okay. I can't show this at the moment. I don't know why. I'll have to find out why it's not showing to me. Maybe it's because I don't have the access on my user account. That's the reason. Just give me a second here, guys. I just want to see if I can use our shit for this. Scroll up. They're not going to let this come up, by the way. Just a heads up to you. If the 30-year bond auction is not moving price, at this point, this is likely dealers trying to keep us pinned in as long as possible. We are going to go up, but this is dealer action, I think, at this point right here. They're going to try to murder this chain all the way to the end of the day. Oh, till the 4 hour at 1:30, which is we're coming into it soon. Either 1:30 or 3 p.m. They're gonna lift the finger off at some point, and I'll explain the mechanics of what's going on right now. Oh, data. Oh, I've got a hot mic. It says here I've got a hot mic. You can all hear me having sex. I'm not having sex. I'm literally like running from thing to thing to thing to thing. Oh, I gotta hit freeze snapshot. Okay. All right, hold on. I'm doing it right now. See, I still need to walk through this shit. Can I make that bigger? No, that 7,000 still looks higher today. It didn't roll off. Give me a second here. Where's spot at right now? 675 is the wall, which is right here. This is where the put wall is. Which we already know, right? That this is put wall territory down here. It says it right down here already. This is put wall. Close the gap. Go higher. Give me a second here. This looks awesome, man. There was a put wall above, or there's a call wall above this morning at 696, right where we dropped. 685 is the intraday gamma pin, which is right where we are. Should I show some of this stuff on the screen? I can do that right now if you guys want. Hold on here. I want to show you guys something, though. The gamma wall is increased from real-time data. It's like let me show you guys this over here. So net gamma actually jumped. It was expected to drop this morning. Let me show you guys. So this is we have a gamma suite. And move some of this out of the way. We have a gamma suite now on our website. I'll show you guys this here. This is our gamma suite, Gamma Gex suite. Now, what's interesting, this is cool too down here. This fucking thing is so awesome. This heat map down in here. This is 680. This is currently where we are right here. There's you can see the glow over here. See this glow right here? This is showing an attraction to 685. Now, what's fascinating about this is I'm going to go to net gamma here. I'm going to make this bigger. And this net gamma at 7,000, net gamma on the market, has gone up today. It's even higher than it was yesterday. Now, what else is more fascinating here too is on net gamma we have a put wall for the whole market at 675, but on an intraday basis, on the one date right here, the wall is at 696 on one date, and 685 right where we are is the bottom on today. You can see it right here, and this is right where we're trading right now. We sold off this did we sell 696? I thought we did. We sold off of a high of 695.46. So basically, We opened right at the call wall this morning and was not able to get above it. Not being able to get above this intraday GEX by strike for today, or one date gamma for today, meant we went blasting down to the bottom on one date down below here. Now, what else is fascinating here? Let me just show you a few other things here too. This is calls and puts GEX by strike. Yeah, this is all coming down too. No, there's 685 right here. So these that wall hasn't come down over there. 695. This one has over here. Hold on one second here. Just one quick second. Over here. Is this 685 right here? So there's exposure right there. There's call exposure right in here. Yeah, there's a fucking pin here for sure. There's like a pin here, and there's like a pin here, and let me just go in this really quick. There's a pin here, and then also this is 685, but there's a whole nother, this theoretically this is bottom, but for at least for net gamma, we should sweep that Wednesday low now that we're down here. We won't trigger more put buying unless we go under 675, which is, let me go back to this trigger screen right here. So this here is the pin for today. There is positive GEX exposure here to buy the market. It's supportive here, but to come down here, not completely unlikely if there was an event to drag us down here to go higher. But what's interesting too is I want to show you one other thing. So someone's actively selling on these walls coming down. Someone doesn't want us trading below 700. And we also have, I was looking at tech stocks, and they are fucking bleeding pretty profusely. I've got them open here, like Tesla's down 2.79, Amazon down 2.20, Netflix down 4.20, AMD down 2.8. Apple looked like, I thought Apple oven down 18%, Apple down 5.12%, Meta down 2.17%. So like the Mag 7 communication stocks, tech communication stocks are all getting hammered here. Let me just go through some of these really quick. Amazon checking a second low right here. This is also for a second leg correction on Amazon. Netflix putting in another low. Man, fucking Netflix, dude. It's almost like you can see the death of Hollywood in Netflix. Amazon. Did I do Amazon already? Meta. Meta's just putting in. Oh no, that's Met. Meta checking its back testing right now. Why does Webull do this shit when you type in the full fucking ticker? It still gives you the wrong ticker. Let's just check Goog. Goog not looking good at all. Goog yesterday putting in. No, that's GoGo. Dude, what is with Google? Nice, not putting in a new low. That's good. Let me just check this again. Yeah, see, it doesn't, if you type in like Meta and just return, it still puts in a different ticker. IWM getting shanked as well at their bottom. DIA getting shanked as well. They have more down to go. Someone's actively selling on the markets every time we have a window of going up. This is the second time since beginning of year to break above 700, 7,000 or whatever that we've had sellers on both instances of gamma walls coming down. Someone's unloading. I'm assuming this is part of a larger trade. This is not dealers. I'm assuming this is definitely someone in a trade. Doesn't want us going above it. And just a note that I have added a bunch of stuff here. You could theoretically go vertical into Friday close, like vertical into the close today, and then a back test on open and vertical into Friday close. So let me look at some more of this stuff here. I got to look at some of this gamma shit in the background. I just don't like that we haven't closed the gap before down here. This if we leave this behind, do we come back forward on Friday? And then we force the breakout over the weekend where they don't want to pay you. This is some savvy ass shit. I don't think I've ever seen anything quite as savvy as this. I don't think I ever have. As a matter of fact, I was looking back on 2022 or 2021, or excuse me, 2022. And even in 2022, when we were rolling over, we were getting decent gamma during New York cash market. All these up moves are over on the weekends or in closing hours. A lot of it. Not this one right here. This one was during cash market. This one was all during cash right here. Well, that was Dow Jones. Let me just check SPY. That was a New York cash market move up. Now it brings in the question if we can close this gap now or in the morning. It makes me wonder if we can do it today. Like, can we close this gap here today? Or do we have to wait for it, go all the way up here, and then come back down for inflation print in the morning? Then the unclench comes thereafter. I would assume that it's today. If you expect inflation print to send us higher, you'd want to hit this into the close and then go up. You can just assume at this point the inflation print's going to be positive. Go back over here. Can you? Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Sorry, guys. Hold on a second here. Where was bottom screen? Move this one up. Right there. Yeah, this is not fucking good. I'll say a few things to you. A couple things here. I would not be getting long here. You got no long to take. Not only do you not have any long to take, let's go back to the trigger screen here. Not only do you have no long to take, because we're supposed to be going up here, right? Let's get rid of all this for a minute, just so you can see it. Without a doubt, we're either going to hit this bottom today or tomorrow. Even if we go up, it's going to come down and close that gap down here. We're too close right now, so without a doubt, this is how we'll do it. I don't even need to go that far with it. Yeah, you can. This is a 4-hour. This is pretty bad. Let's go back over to the weekly. We're going to hit this low right here without almost not quite guaranteed, but almost guaranteed. We're going to hit that one right there. I would. We're already down here. We're not leaving without taking that out. Oh, hold on here. There's that weekly that was there earlier. Here's the day. This is the day is gone, so you can just take this right here as a close it out. That's gone. We ain't getting out of here. Not in my view, we ain't. Not until we sweep the lows. So this, we won't leave this. And we're gonna hit this one right here next. This is your next target. 679.50 is your next target. This will be green, but it'll fail. This one right here is yellow. Four-day week down here. This one right here is a 4-hour. So it's going to be just like this, in my view. You can go up a little bit here, but this is going to close the day down here. It's going to be 1,600. And I would like to see, yep, right there. I would like to see on the open tomorrow, at least by morning, 8:30. Right there on Friday, we got the inflation report in the morning, right up in here. And we're going to take that whole thing out right there. I don't think we're getting out of here. I want to say that we are because there's an intraday gamma bar here, but the net gamma is down here. So we pound out this intraday gamma and then slip underneath and then down to the downside. If I would not institute any longs here, do not get long here. I did, don't do it. I would not be getting long here. If you want to get long, you cannot, or not in safety, unless we're up here, like way up here. There is no long here in my view. You'd need to like backtest all this to even consider a long. Or another option would be the half an hour trigger coming down, and maybe this half-hour trigger coming down, and you see price regain it. If you saw price regain it down here, I would be interested in it. But even then, your daily velo is pointing lower right now. So no real trade long in my view. Even if this recovers, I don't like it. I don't like it at all. I like the idea of this sweep into tomorrow morning, more down into tomorrow morning. Where is get rid of this, and we have a new candle coming out here at 1:30, if not already. We go back to a half hour here. This is the new 4-hour candle forming right now. Let me just show this on a 4-hour basis. So on a 4-hour basis, just so you can see it, you can, if you just look at this candle right here, this is the 4-hour candle. See this candle right here? This is your 4-hour candle. They're gonna try to hold this candle right here. And even if you go up here to hit this one, they're gonna try to push you down this way and then push you down to that weekly down below. You could theoretically draw. This is 685. I don't even think you need to do that. You just go right back to the hour. Yeah, we're going lower. Oh, sorry. Let me show this stuff here. You could theoretically go slightly higher, like right here, but I don't think you go that far. I think it's just right here. And you're going to bleed out into 4 p.m. Right down to 1600. Dealers will support this in the overnight because we are in where dealers start buying, so they'll buy this in the overnight. And then someone's, I don't know who it's going to be, but it's going to be some kind of hedge fund's going to come in and slam this fucker down in the morning. That's what I would do. At least that's what I would do. Whoever this seller is up here, I can't tell if it was dealers or not. On an intraday basis, we're at or on a one-day GEX basis, the wall did not drop above. And someone slammed the market with a wall on one date gamma right on open this morning. It showed up on our website, sent us all the way down here, and we'll have to look at the data again tomorrow morning to see where we wind up. But I'm assuming it's down here. I'm assuming we're going to close this fucker out, and then at like 10 a.m., we'll just make this 10 a.m. right here. You should see the trade come flying higher. We should go vertical up in here into the close on Friday. So here's your Friday 1600. Right here, you'll get your relief rally all the way back up because they don't have to hedge this anymore. Where is the start this morning? 9 a.m. That we'll retrace this entire move. And only then will they let you up and over. They don't have to hedge that move up here. But I won't be able to see this data either until Friday, Monday, that wall actually opened to the upside. And this isn't pretty either. This was better over here. Better to break out here. And over here, I'm not so sure. There's potential that's this could be either someone selling or it could be someone bought a bunch of calls on the breakout and the dealers are selling it. And this data is changing fast. Like yesterday, this morning, this gamma information is likely changing very fast. So I can't really ascribe it to either. But this is the expectation from here. If you want to snip this, I would expect us to get pinned into this bell, slam down into the morning. 10 a.m. Start the unwind. This sucks. This is bullshit right here. Now if you don't like that trade and you want the alternate trade to this, if you want like the bull trade or whatever the counter or the not counter but the what would you call it? Contra trade, excuse me. If you wanted a contra trade, we would go vertical here. We would go vertical to right here into the close. Actually, we'd go vertical up into like 415, right to about there. I don't see this happening. I give it like a 5% chance. But if you are on that, if you're on that unwind, and if this happened, you would also get a pullback. You get a pullback somewhere down here in the AM, and we would go vertical straight up into the close on Friday. I can show you an example of this if you want to see it, but this is your contra trade right here. And we would recover all of this violently to the upside. This would be your back test for, wait a minute, I got this wrong. Excuse me, right there. It'd be like this. Be something like this. Vertical straight up, sell it down into inflation print, and then Friday close would be somewhere up here, like 700. Like vertical. It might even be 702. I'm not on this trade. I don't believe in this trade at all. Just so you can see it. This is the contra trade, straight up into the close. There's your bat wing, and then this thing should go like this. It should go like here, but then it would go vertical. At least into 7, if not 7,200. Something kind of wonky like this. But I don't believe in it, so don't use this trade. Unless you're a real contra person here. I do think we get trapped in here, down. Someone's doing this, so someone wants us down in here. Close this gap, and not only that, we never closed last Friday. We never closed it on Monday. We never closed it on Tuesday, Wednesday, and this is Thursday now to close or to retrace that trade from Friday. I think that's Friday. That's Friday, right? Yeah, it's Thursday and Friday right here. Thursday and Friday. You could, I guess, if you wanted the contra trade here, trying to like be a devil's advocate for bulls. This is the Friday open right here, and we are there right now. But we don't. When we retrace Fridays, we oftentimes will retrace Thursday too. This is Thursday. This is Friday. Sometimes we only do Friday and then we're off and running. Sometimes we come back or we come down to Friday and actually take out Thursday too. And with this gap being left behind, I hope that we can get this done tomorrow. If we can't, let's say I'm wrong and we go up violently into Friday, I would still expect us to come back down here on Monday or Tuesday. Or over the weekend, bomb it down and hit it. So without a doubt, I want to see that taken out, this gap. Not guaranteed, but without a pretty fair assumption that that's going to get closed at some point. Got a nice green bar in the 4 hour. We'll watch this closely into the close. Let's go look at this in a 1 minute. See what this looks like. And let's just nice and clean look at, here's where the close is. You know, if there was a recovery here, like 11:30, 12 o'clock, no recovery, right? What time is this? This is 12 o'clock. No recovery, so no flows to the upside. And then if you had another chance to go higher, it's about 1:30 in the afternoon. This is 1 o'clock. There's one. Here's 1:30. If you had another chance for flows to send us higher into the close, it would be right here. This would be it right here. Here's first rejection point here. Here's second rejection point here. Let's watch it closely. See if buyers can get above and do the contra trade. You know they're going to be trying for this here. There's a daily trigger above. The prior high is we basically have to hit 686.03 to go above to keep moving. We have to go up here. Right here. We'll watch this closely right here. That's a shit show, man. Woo! Woo-hoo! I'm betting this morning destroyed some people from yesterday and today. This guaranteed took some people out. Guaranteed. God damn. That's nasty. Whew. Let's watch this closely here. Vicious. Was there anything given for why this drop took place? I bet you they got no answer for why it took. They're not going to tell you it's because of gamma. Without a doubt, they're not going to tell you that's because of gamma. It says here, well, I'm just see if I can read anything here coming across the wire. Let me just check the news wire really quick. Auction was good today. Holy fuck, man. Dude, 7,000 just went off the charts. What the fuck? Net gamma is now off the charts at 7,000, like off the charts. It's off the fucking charts. I don't know if this data is good or not. There's a massive fucking wall at this point on 7,000. This was not here yesterday. It's a massive fucking wall. It is fucking massive. $487 billion. Fuck. No, that's not billion. Million. Okay, it's 487. It's not that as big as it looked. That is fucking stupid. And this market is hedged the fuck out, too. This market is all hedged. Notional downside, 1.684 billion on downside GEX on 675. 1.685 billion. That might be, I want to say 3 times larger, but it's even larger. $511 on 7,000. 45.83 on 7,050. 63.36 on 710. 7,200 on 5,200. That's fucking insane. Hold on a second here. I'm gonna snip this and put it in the Discord. So here, let me show you guys this real quick. I'll show it to you 2 different ways. So this bar right here, this is gamma on market. This bar before today was down here. And this bar was expected to drop down here. And instead, it just mooned. And look at this here, 511.51. That's a massive fucking wall. It's fucking massive. Look at that. Whew. I've got 487. Oh, that's when I took the snapshot. Let me check the snapshot on our shit right now and see where it's at. This one's 511. And we have I've got $487, 511. It's fucking huge. I mean, look at that. That is fucking huge. Can you see that? Yeah, you guys can see that. Fucking huge. That might be the top. That there's potential that that might be the top for now. That door might have just closed. I'm shocked. Like, that fucking door is like, there is a fucking wall now. There wasn't a wall before. Whew, there is a wall now. Trading higher right now, trading 684.99. Attempting to trade 686.03. We'll see. It is now 2 coming in at 2 p.m. We'll see if the Bulls can pull this shit out of their ass. And if they do, it's going to moon like a motherfucker. But I don't see it happening. We'll see if they drag us back down into the close up here. Holy shit. I wish I was here for it. I was in a fucking meeting. I totally wish I was here for it. Now I feel terrible that I wasn't here. God damn, did anybody catch that fucking thing on the way down? Is that 6? Do I have one on 16? Yeah, I got one on 16. You can put one on 16.15. Right there. Let's see if we can magnet that 7,000 now and get up there and hit it. Or not hit it, but get close to it. We'll watch this close right here. We need to get above, if you want the contra trade, we need to get above 686.03. God damn. And that's the other thing. I don't see any. I don't see anything on the wire. I don't see anything on Financial Juice. Give me one more. No, hold on. Give me one more second here, guys. That's fucking crazy, dude. I guess I got to start checking the website every morning. I'm just reading some news here, see if I can see anything else as to what would stop us from going up there mooning. Hey, what's up? Thanks. Hang tight here, guys. I'm just trying to get back in the chair here, and I'm having some issues. My youngest has prom today, and I have to go to a funeral wake tonight. See what happens here. Still no high. It's a big moment right here. Make it bigger so you can see it. This is key here to get this new high. If we get that new high, we would probably retrace this whole move. Let me just find out some more. Let me look at the wire a little bit more here. Just want to see if there's anything ascribed to this other than gamma. This is definitely a gamma move. I can't tell if it's like somebody with a trade on or if it's dealers. It looks like someone with a trade on because this happened again. This happened again like 2 weeks ago, right at the end of the month. Or maybe it's CTAs if they're switching to long bonds. Let me check CTAs really quick. Yeah, CTA position or CTAs are expected to start selling on the 15th, beginning of next week. If they're going to start selling, if price is low enough. Jesus Christ. I'm just reading some stuff in the background here. Up tape, down tape, buy, sell for CTAs, vol control, and COTs. Vol controls near sell. They're not there yet, but they're close. CTAs become violent sellers on the 15th if we're low enough. I'll read something to you here. I got a couple things I'll read to you here on this drop today. U.S. home sales did not collapse in January. They collapsed 3 months ago. That data is 3 months stale. Man, someone wants to fucking burn tech. Where's Microsoft right now? MSFT. Where the fuck is Microsoft's price right now? It's still on trend. Market's still saved right now. Checks on a day. Microsoft is still safe right now. Microsoft hasn't broken trend yet. It's still safe. Even if it goes down a little bit, it's still safe. Okay, we're good. I'm going to read some stuff from this morning's drop and see if any of this makes any sense. I don't think it's going to, but that level of dispersion is extreme to say the least, but as we know, and generally well hidden by index moves. Meanwhile, top Goldman trader Colin Morgan notes the VIX has reset quickly, and as we rallied from local lows to fear is still high. We should have vol compression, though, shouldn't we? I thought we had vol compression coming up over the weekend. Like, volatility should fucking get crushed on Friday. Here's like a vol crush. I'm looking at it right now. Where is 9-day VIX at right now? This is VIX 9-day down here. And you see, let me show you guys this down here. So I track VIX 9-day when you guys aren't. I don't talk about it much on the show, but there's volatility hasn't come up yet. This would be tomorrow, and then vol compression down here. That's fucked up right there. Not only that, but you see this right here? This could easily come up here before going down. And this would be Friday at 10 a.m. You can see a cooling of volatility, but then volatility up and then down that way. Before we hit that the vol compressions down here. All right. I'll keep reading. I'm reading an article here about the drop today. Going back 20 years on average, from mid-February to mid-March, VIX rose by over 4 points. Normally, like this, or someone was asking me in the Discord yesterday, what about Feb 13? And I was like, yeah, you want to hedge that shit on a high on the 13th. Well, it's in and around the 13th. Every year it's different dates, but basically the start of next week should be a high. And we should start making our way lower. But this has already started early, guys. This shit started today. And so with all that in mind, Morgan suggests that for those nervous of another pullback over the next month, VIX call spreads are one of the cleanest hedges on the board. This was at 11 a.m. this morning. I don't see the vol. So let's go look back and look at this VIX. So I see the compression into the start of the month. And then I see, so here's over here. And then they're trying to get this started early. Do you see what they're trying, or not they, but the market's attempting to get this started early rather than come down here and then whipsaw higher. So this volatility should start in March and ultimately result in a top in the market. This should be like April at latest. This should start coming up and up and up, but from a low down here. So theoretically, another bumpy road ahead into tomorrow until that takes place. And this is what it would look like into April and May. Or excuse me, late March into April over here. And theoretically, we would do this whole, so put this up here. We would come back up into this, and this would be like the doom shit for, you can see it down here too. This is March, April, May of last year. March, April, May right here. This here should be this here. And then the doom, this won't be as high, I don't think. This, I shouldn't say it at 60, but it's like right around 40s, 42. That should start topping out. I'll leave, if you want to snip this, you can, but if you want to snip that for March, here's April, here's May. I don't delete this stuff, I leave it up, so I want to see if I'm right or wrong in this stuff. And this looks like vol wants to pick up now, though, doesn't it? Look at that. You have to kind of keep... You want to watch this one right here. You want to be underneath this high. You don't want this. If this volatility picks up above this, we're easily going to make a new high up there. So I want you to watch VIX 9-day. If you see it go above 2130, it's bad. Anything above 2130, 2145, bad. This would switch to breakout for VIX. Stock market doing no uppies here. This is not good. We'll keep moving this over and see if the bulls can take this out. Remember here, if the bulls cannot get above here, it's down. We're going down. Going down into tomorrow. You start closing this stuff out like we get pinned in here to the close underneath this, down into the inflation report. Right here. We will go down. Spoo's fighting for its life right here. So this first article didn't offer any help. The second article came out later this morning. I'll read this one to you. Logistics stocks crater as AI scare trade crushes sector, slams broader market. This is today. First, it was SaaS in particular, software in general, then private credit, then insurance brokers, then it was financials, broker wealth managers that were hammered on Tuesday, then real estate service stocks tumbled yesterday, and today it is the turn of logistics stocks to plunge. As investors followed the bouncing AI disruption ball and freaked out over the sector's vulnerability to the newest crop of artificial intelligence applications and tools that can disrupt countless industries. You've heard me on this show talk to you about the danger ahead. I read a story from CNN, and they were quoting they were quoting Anthropic and whoever the other CEO was, and Jamie Dimon at the Big Boy Winter Camp. But they were using cut snippets. It's like I'll give you an example. The Anthropic CEO said major AI disruption could begin in 6 to 12 months. And then later on in the interview, he said, "Oh, it's 1 to 5 years, depending upon if everyone plays ball, but we don't see everyone playing ball." So like CNN used just the clip 1 to 5 years. They intentionally refused to say 6 months to 12 months. And this article right here is talking about pricing in not AI disrupting in 1 to 5 years, but AI disrupting in 6 to 12 months. And that's part of what that dispersion trade is across the market. So the street is not betting on 1 to 5 years. The street is betting on 6 to 12 months. If you're not on X because you don't like X, or like people are like, I'm on True Social or I'm on BlueSky. On X still has some of the best information in the world. If you go on X and just type in Claude is freaking out everybody. There are jobs being taken away at a pace. And especially where this year, if anyone ever went to CES this year, it was all on robots. Everything was robots. So, like, you figure between the chip fab, the power needs, really the only thing that can slow this down. Governments aren't going to slow it down. They're going to compete with each other. So the street is in full fear mode that it's not 1 to 5 years away. It's 6 to 12 months away. And as these robots come into being sold to the public, they start making their debuts. They're not expensive. They're cheap. 10 grand, 15 grand. I saw one for 16 grand. They go up to like 20, 30, $40,000, but the street is pricing in the idea that this takes place sooner than later. So in this article, it says here this morning that the market is down not because of Gamma, that it's down because we are taking sector by sector that would be the first impacted to the chopping block. So I'll continue to read the rest of this to you here. It says the selling is attributed to a 9:15 a.m. press release from Algorithm Holdings, a leading AI technology company, which announced that its semi-cab platform in live customer deployments is enabling its customers' internal operations to scale freight volumes by 300 to 400% without a corresponding increase in operational headcount. That's fucking insane. These results, detailed in Semicab's recently published industry white paper, demonstrate how the company's AI-driven collaborative transportation platform is transforming freight management from a labor-intensive manual process. Fuck. Like, I gotta stop here. So I went to school for business, and I took classes on scheduling. I recall the difficulty in scheduling. Man, like my undergrad degree is like coming into handy as I get older. Like, scheduling is one of the most fascinating things you can study. So we would study like the New York City garbage or waste management, not waste management, but whatever the city's waste management was. We studied that, and we had to like do projects on how to try to improve scheduling for picking up and dropping off trash. Not dropping off trash, but yeah, basically picking it up and then dumping it at the dump. And it was very intensive. It was insanely intensive. Also, we worked on traffic flow patterns and a bunch of other shit to theoretically think about efficiency, of course, right? Efficiency in business. And scheduling is very labor intensive. It's very hands-on. It's very, you can do the math, but then you have to get in there and like dig into it. And you also need humans there for when something breaks, to make things more efficient, of course. It's always efficiency, efficiency, efficiency. A whole bunch of shit's coming through my mind right now from college and this stuff. But anyways, it says, the song is attributed to that report at 9 a.m. saying we don't need humans anymore. This is like your FAA pilots. This is like anything for distribution. This is a pretty big report. These results, detailed in Semicab's recently published industry paper, demonstrates how the company's AI-driven collaborative transportation platform is transforming freight management from a labor-intensive manual process into a highly automated, intelligence-led system. In fact, the individual operators using Semicab have been able to manage more than 2,000 loads annually, compared to the traditional industry benchmark of approximately 500 loads per year per freight carrier or freight broker, demonstrating a 4-time improvement in workforce productivity. That's fucking insane. That's fucking insane. And that would even account for mistakes. The speed at which you can reroute traffic is fucking insane. 4 times improvement. Quote, historically, logistics has been constrained by human bandwidth, said Gary Atkinson, Chief Executive Officer of Algorithmic Holdings. Quote, every increase in volume requires more planners, more dispatchers, more manual intervention. Our Semicab platform breaks that dependency by embedding intelligence directly into the freight operating system. This would be like near instantaneous rerouting. According to the release, the AI-driven leverage of Semicab's platform directly supports stronger unit economics. And I think Damon talked about this at the men's winter camp, where he said, what if you had seen an entire trucking industry get sent to the unemployment lines? We don't need that many drivers. And that's twofold, right? You don't need that many drivers. You are doing more loads than you can ever do. And then you have autonomous vehicles thrown in there with these autonomous vehicles, and then autonomous loaders and unloaders. You don't need anybody. For last mile, you don't fucking need anybody. You go to the West Coast right now, they've got delivery robots on the sidewalks. I was in a restaurant last week. This past week, early this week, I was in a restaurant that had fucking robots serving me food. They still had a human. Still had a human with the robot, but you could theoretically give the robot your order. The robot would leave, bring your food back to you, your drinks, anything. Like, I'm thinking about this stuff, and I'm like, where the fuck are the jobs? Like, where the fuck are the jobs? And, you know, this ranges from top to bottom. This doesn't range just like, hey, they're never going to be able to do my job. You get somebody making your fucking food for you in the back. Now you have a robot making the food for you in the back. It's to spec for the restaurant. Then you have a bartender making your drinks for you to spec. What do you need? An owner and a manager to reload the fucking booze and the fucking food? Maybe, I don't know if you can get a robot to take it from the truck and stack it and inventory it for you, but the amount of efficiency, no theft, no waste. If you think about this through, like, I don't know, I buy 10 gallons of milk and you can get the expiry dates and that stuff and the usage, plan what you're going to order. Your waste is going to go to like your shrink, or waste is going to go near minimal, except for outside problems. Maybe there's a storm or something, or that's unforeseen by AI, but the implications are fucking stupid. The results detailed. Hold on a second here. Historically, logistics has been constrained by human bandwidth, said Gary Atkinson. Every increase in volume requires more planners, more dispatchers, more manual intervention. Our Semicab platform breaks that dependency by embedding intelligence directly into the freight operating system. Excuse me. Hold on a second here. I haven't had anything to eat today. I've just been drinking coffee. According to the release, the AI-driven leverage of Semicap's platform directly supports stronger unit economics and capital efficiency for its customers. As volumes increase, customers benefit from lower cost per load, higher asset utilization. That's not you. That's them. They get more profit. You don't get that passed on to you. Hold on. Reduced administrative overhead and more predictable service levels. Of course, it is unclear and will be unclear for months, if not years, just how disruptive this AI platform will be to established businesses, which have invested billions. Of course, it is unclear and will be unclear for months, if not years, just how disruptive this AI platform will be to established businesses, which have invested billions in established processes. But in keeping with the recent trend of selling and shorting potentially affected sectors first and asking questions much later, the results has been the immediate loss of market cap across logistics and industrial sectors. Now, that statement there does not include the other stuff that I just told you about. It only includes the logistics side of this, but if you start thinking about the rest of it, like the logistics, the autonomous vehicles, the autonomous robots to pick up the packages. So you think about, like, you got robots picking up and dropping a package in a freight container. You get the logistics of AI and the intelligence of this new near Gen AI moment. And then you got the robotics coming, or then you got autonomous vehicles on the back end of this. Do you fucking need that many employees? And this doesn't just sit with freight. This sits with almost everything. I looked at a robot that was putting fucking shingles on a roof. It was fucking crazy. The fucking robot's up there putting shingles on a roof. And the robot was able to be programmed to spec for the shingle company. You know, I liked looking at that robot because when you think about shingles on a house, part of the sales paradigm for selling shingles is you promise somebody 20 years guarantee. And the out on that is that they always find it's like an adjuster, right? You didn't apply those shingles properly. Sorry, your guarantee goes out the window. You wouldn't have that argument anymore, would you, if you're a shingle salesperson? So maybe your shingles go up in price. It could force prices higher because you're actually can proof with pictures and with the data of you applying these things only in warranty condition or warranty parameters. Even a homeowner could say to a shingle company, yeah, break the warranty. And maybe a record of that, you breaking that warranty. If not, then you know, which most homeowners won't, they'll say, yeah, apply them to warranty. A shingle company would end the hook at that point for their inferior product that fails. So they couldn't make that guarantee anymore. It would fuck with their profit center. Hold on a second. The selling adds to AI disruption sphere is already pressuring software, games, private credit, real estate brokerage names, and which have all been crushed in recent weeks, and all of which are again underperforming today. Another reason why you see Dow Jones relatively safe. Selling, as Goldman trader Christian DeGrasse writes, the same exact tape is just repeating itself. Almost anything previously tagged by AI risk narrative, whether deemed rational or not, is underperforming. CRE brokers, office REITs, wealth, info services, select exchanges, insurance brokers, the insurance brokers too. Yeah, fuck yeah. Payments, fintech. While the alts started out somewhat stable but are starting to wobble as are the banks, which largely have been immune to the scare, with super regionals in particular being an attractive hideout within Fins. Reach out for people's views there. REITs, especially the large caps, continue to outperform as a hideout zone. Towers, data centers, energy, of course, or energy for those data centers have all been saved from the Sith. Senior housing and healthcare, SPG and malls, triple nets, etc. We're getting lots of requests for color. Nothing new is out there in Fins. Staying vigilant, but this scare does continue to broaden out. With the new sector of the day under pressure from fears of AI competition being logistics, transports, and industrial, down double digits today as of the send of this. Names previously thought of as AI winners are getting rethought and reassessed for potential risks. Indeed, according to traders, the ongoing AI scare trade is weighing on sentiment and has pushed the S&P 500 today sharply lower, with the associated degrossing now also impacting such AI-immune sectors, one hopes as gold and silver. The best recap, so there's talking about if you're going to rotate back into risk to stick... no, they're saying do not rotate into silver and gold as of yet. The best recap of what's going on comes from Alex Matola, who writes that in terms of flows, what has stood out most over the last few days is not the heavy supply like price action might suggest, but the complete lack of willingness from investors to step in and defend during any of these sharp sell-offs. This is in sectors, not in indexes. Until that changes, expect to see such sector-specific meltdowns every day as AI disruption becomes the name of the game. That comes from Goldman's Alex Matola. God damn. I figured we would deal with this in the summertime. We're dealing with this right now. I mean, I knew we'd deal with it in the summer during election season, but we're getting the ball rolling. SPOO's not able to climb any higher. Just dogging right now. Not able to put itself up here. We're rolling into the close. If we get pinned into this close today, this is 4 p.m. right here. If we get pinned and no unclenched into this close, expect that new low to the downside tomorrow morning. We will trade 679, 842 and 675.22 in pre-market tomorrow. I'd give it like if we can't get above here, I'd give it about a 75% chance that we trade that into tomorrow morning. We'll still leave this up into this close, but be very, if you were going to see a recovery, it should have already happened. Should have happened at 12 and 130. It's not happening at this point. I will post that last article. I'll post for supporter level and higher in the Discord today. Woo. Let me just check some. Let me check the option chain really quick here. Let me just check tomorrow's chain. Hold on here. Dealers pricing in no higher than 689, 690 at most. So dealers telling you that no matter where we go between today and tomorrow, not getting above this on Friday. Yeah, 690 is at 98 cents right now for tomorrow. And that's a, what's the delta on this? 0.23 delta. I'm a little bit wrong here. So basically a trip to 689 by tomorrow's close. Woo. Woo. That's a 30 delta for tomorrow. 30 delta from tomorrow, $1.30 right now. 0.28 delta, I shouldn't say 0.30, but $6.89 even worse, 0.24. I want to get some fucking calls here. They're so fucking cheap. Like tomorrow calls 694 or 30 cents. Now they're cheap. This morning they were expensive as fuck. When I first came on the show this morning, I was looking at some calls for tomorrow. They were $4 fucking. I was like, fuck no. I posted it in the Discord this morning that I was going to like go long for Friday. I got one call this morning, but I was going to load up and they were way too expensive. They're like $4 fucking. I bet you they're like fucking 10 cents now or something. Probably fucking worthless. Maybe not 10 cents, but probably fucking taken to the woodshed. I'm going to go long here. Give me a second here, guys. Half an hour until 3 p.m. All right, I'm long. I got 100 calls to ride tomorrow. We'll see what happens. Let's move that over there. Woo! I got one more thing here for you guys. Hold on. Midday color from GS. Oh, no, I'm on the wrong fucking Discord. Hold on here. How do I get into the market chat? Sorry, I wasn't in the Discord. I thought I was, but I wasn't. I've got. Let me take a look here. Hold on here. I got to get back into my account. Hold on here. I don't want to fucking tell you a lie. I fucking tell you guys. I tell you guys things that I'm like, nope, that's wrong. Hold on here. It's for. I don't have it for today. It's for tomorrow. I got 694s, 694C. Yeah, they're dirt fucking cheap. The ones I was looking at this morning inside the Discord, I was like, they were the ones that I don't know what I was looking at, but they were like fucking $5. They were either $3.98 or $4.98 or something like that. I was like, I ain't buying that shit. I was like, this is obscene. I was like, I'm not buying that. They're gonna take me to the woodshed. I figured they were gonna take them down from like 9:30, or I figured we'd get one more. It's like right here. I figured we'd do this one right here. I put some calls on for tomorrow that were like cheap. One call. That was it. Just one. Literally one fucking call. I was like, maybe we'll come down here. I'll come back and we'll be up again. I'll add some more down here. And we'll go up. I wasn't here. I was in a fucking meeting. It was with Bork and Joe. This fucking thing right here. Just like blasts straight down. They're cheap as fuck right now. Tomorrow calls are dirt cheap. They're now reasonable. I'd rather take that fucking trade at 30 cents fucking 20 times than fucking $4 calls on SPY for a day out. We'll see how this plays out here. Calls on fire sale right now. Nobody wants them. Everybody's scared. There's what? Oh, I got this. Did I do the midnight day color for you guys? Hold on, I'll get this article for you guys that I just read here. Hold on. Where was that article? I'll post this for everybody right now, and I'll post the white papers for it. That's the press release from that algorithm company. I don't see white papers on this. Here, I'll post the article for you guys. We should get a squeeze here. We should get a squeeze. Where the fuck is that? Why is that not? No. No. Yes. Yes. These aren't calls for today. These are calls for tomorrow. These are calls for tomorrow. Fuck zero dates. The calls for tomorrow are fucking dirt cheap. There's no reason to. Maybe you could get. There could be an idea that we go up into the close and then slam back down on the open tomorrow. So you could theoretically get zero dates for today and then get zero dates for tomorrow. Not even one dates, but the one dates are so goddamn cheap. They're fucking ridiculously underpriced right now. And you've got dealer support here too. Dealers are buyers here. Between here and, I shouldn't say here, but they're buyers here to, they're buyers here and they're buyers at whatever this is here, 675 and 680. Both spots they're buyers. They're supportive of market here. And they will force not dealers. They'll force Asia to chase in the overnight. They'll force Asia and London to buy. And the real problem comes in the U.S. market in the morning. If it goes high enough, there'll be no buyer there. In the early morning, there'll be no buyer there. They won't buy until after inflation print. You know what else is fascinating, too, is I posted this last night on Twitter. There was someone from Market Intelligence that said retail sales were terrible. And retail sales were not terrible. They were fucking to the moon. What the fuck is going on? Give me one quick second here, guys. My dogs are freaking out. Hold on. What's going on down there? No, I gave Henry some raw meat because he was barking, just to make sure that he knows how happy I am that he alerts me when someone's at the front door. He's a good boy. Yeah, good boy. I'm going to read this color to you guys here. Sorry, my dog was freaking out. Then I had to go praise him a little bit. Make sure my dog is well taken care of. My other dog's getting old, so he doesn't do the alerts like the other one does. The other one's still giving alerts, so I'm going to make sure he's protected. Okay, so I'm going to read this to you really quick here. Discord already has it. I'm going to read this to you if you're watching the show. Where are we at here? Some color. Quick thoughts on today's, I'm assuming this is SPX action. Market remains extremely fragile, and the factor moves extreme. Greater than 40 names in the S&P are having more than a 3 sigma downside move today. If you don't know what that means, it means take the profit and run. You don't get 2 sigma moves. You get 2 sigma moves once every 10 sessions, I think. 3 sigma moves once every 30 at best. They're very, very rare. 3 sigma, so 40 names in S&P 500 are having more than a 3 sigma move today. And this isn't like a binary event. This is a regular day with nothing going on. For context, yesterday's session was 15. That is the highest I can remember in a long time. Let me read this to you one more time. Market remains extremely fragile, and the factor moves extreme. Greater than 40 names in the S&P are having more than a 3 sigma down move today. So maybe look right now. Go look at, like right now, today, at this moment, pull up a Yahoo that shows you biggest losers today. And if you can look for if they're included in the S&P 500, if they have had a 3 sigma, your top 5 or 10 that are having their worst days, you go long those stocks today. 3 sigma move today. For context, yesterday's session was 15. That is the highest I can remember in a long time. No surprise, the defensive tilt today. Utilities, staples, REITs, and HC are the top performing sectors versus TMT. You've heard me on this show all week expressing that XLP and XLU are going fucking vertical. Everyone's hiding right now. The worst performing, breadth is deteriorating. I haven't seen that yet. I haven't seen breadth deteriorate. 350 names are down on the day in the S&P. I haven't seen the breadth deteriorate in S&P. I have seen breadth deteriorate in other stock symbols. 350 names are down on the day in the S&P, with Apple, Amazon, Misfit, Meta, and Cisco weighing on the index the most. AI at risk. 3 sigma move lower, not minus 510 BPS today. So if you have a AI basket, it's down fucking huge. If you can find like a triple leveraged AI basket, maybe you can long that too if you want right now. Could be a nice trade as well. That one, any basket with AI related stocks in it, down 510 BPS today. Some are pointing to this article as part of today's recent AI related panic. Microsoft AI CEO saying most white collar jobs to be replaced with AI in 12 months. Models coding better than humans. Hold on a second here. I'm going to get you guys that that link from Microsoft. Hold on here. I will get you that link. Give me a minute, okay? It's going to take me a minute. But let me read that. Let me read this. This is some serious shit. Like, you have an article. I'm going to try to get this article before the day ends here. Microsoft AI CEO says most white-collar jobs. Listen to this closely, please. If you're out there, if you're just like a regular person, I continue to harp on this anywhere I can on my platform, my shoebox, my soapbox, my fucking milk crate, because I don't want to sound like I'm fucking a conspiracy theorist, but this information is being handed to you by all of your leaders in how they are acting. Your politicians, your Senate, your House, your president, everybody. When you start to think about, you're like, why is this so crazy? And I don't care where you stand on that issue. I don't give a fuck what your politics are. I don't fucking care. I think about the idea that whether you like something or hate something right now, both sides are saying this is crazy. And they're blaming each other. And they're not looking at, instead of each other, the thing or person or group or whatever, whether it's a CEO, a politician, what they're doing. And this is not like some rando on YouTube, like some, what do they call preppers or whatever. This isn't like some like flat earther, some guy that's like, he's got a camel hat on and he lives in a fucking, I don't know, cabin in the woods or some shit like that. And he's telling you the world's going to end, the earth is flat and the aliens are coming down. These are your fucking leaders. These are your leaders telling you this. And you've got the CEO of Microsoft also coming out and saying, or Microsoft AI coming out and saying, hey, bro, be scared. You have corporations deciding to spend fuck tons of money on this race. CapEx spend, some of the biggest ever. We must do this to survive. If we don't, we will go bankrupt. That's what they're saying. I have to spend this money in this race. This race is getting fucking hot. And we're going to put our whole company on the line to not be left behind. If you recall, in the first internet bubble, that happened. Companies were fucking left behind. Companies that were premier. Blockbuster's an easy one, right? They owned the post movie theater film market, TV market. Like for TV shows on DVDs and VHS cassettes and whatever. That's a prime example of a company that went through the internet bubble and never fucking did what they were supposed to do until the last minute to make that jump. They even didn't buy Netflix. They were offered to buy Netflix and they fucking didn't. They didn't even buy it to destroy it. They didn't buy it to adopt it. And they started their own DVD delivery service at the end. So this isn't like some Bob in the Woods. I need a new name for this guy. We had Mary the Landscaper. We had what? Bob on Main Street. Bob in the Basement. Bob on Main Street and Bob in the Basement. Now we need like, what's that guy's name that did the taxidermy? Chuck Testa. For now on, we got a new guy. His name is Chuck Testa. So Chuck is not telling you that this is going to happen. He's not telling you this. It's your leaders and their actions and their words telling you. So it's not a conspiracy theory. Microsoft AI CEO, I'm going to say it one more time, says most white-collar jobs will be replaced by AI in 12 months. That is fucking crazy. That is a fucking crazy statement. If Chuck Testa was telling you that, you'd be like, you're out of your mind, Chuck. I'm going to smoke another doobie and watch the rest of your show, though, because it's cool to think about that stuff. This is not Chuck Testa. This is, people running things. Models coding better than humans. That's a Financial Times article if you want to look it up on your own. At the very high end, at a very high level, our desk started off relatively quiet, 4 for 10 for activity, but it had picked up considerably, and question levels are the highest in 2 weeks. HFs and LOs are better for sale, but on smaller SKUs. I agree. You don't get ramped selling here just yet. You'd have to be under. We'd have to be under. Just a heads up, if you want to see real selling, it's below 6,800. Major selling from LOs, COTs, CTAs, vol control is underneath 6,800. 6,800 is like the level. I think I've harped on that a few times too. Like the basis trade for bulls is 6,800. Anything under 6,800, it starts getting hairy. And I don't mean like we trade 672 for 5 minutes. I mean we're under 6,800 and selling. You start doing that, we're out of here. It's going to be ugly. What else? Here we got HFs and Ls are better for sale, but on smaller SKUs. Fatigue is kicking in from all these violent moves. Excuse me. The biggest standout in our flows is the lack or willingness to step in and defend any of these sharp AI-related sell-offs across all sectors. The few areas we do see buy tickets are in the cyclical defensive pockets, like industrial staples, Utes, REITs, and energy. Stay away from those. They've been bought already. I don't listen to this part of this release from Goldman Sachs. You will be the fucking supply for that. We've been talking about utilities and XLP all week long. It's Thursday. Should have gotten long earlier in the week. No reason to be getting long in those sectors at this point. Fins, alts have gone solidly in the red after starting up, while banks are starting to wobble here. We think super regionals has been an attractive hideout for people in fins. Reach out for people's views there. Defensive, this is all the same stuff I read to you earlier. The new sector of the day, defensive REITs continue to move higher. The new sector of the day for fear of AI competition. Appears to be logistics, transpose, industrials, everywhere. Names previously thought as AI winners are being rethought. Valuation matters too. Earnings feedback, you ask. So many wondering what was wrong with these prints. CBRE was resoundingly positive. Evidently doesn't matter in this print. Bulls insist it will at some point. That's from Degrassi. TMT, everything lower outside of memory. Software, internet, newly today media, all under pressure. Winners today, all getting sold in a risk-off tape. HC, the GSHL CCRO index. CROs have wound up in the AI at risk since PFE's announcement that they would be conducting a good portion of clinical trials using AI. Month to date, negative 32% in this space. ICLR, ticker ICLR, down 38% today, also impacting this pocket. Let's look at that fucking one. Whew. Oh, damn. Take a look at ICLR if you can. Down 40% on the fucking day. Let's bring this ticker up here. God damn. Talk about a fucking winner. What's up? You leaving? Oh, hold on. Sorry, I thought that was on. It says that MedTech plummets 30% on profit-threatening investigation, but GS saying that's not the only reason. Worst day since 1999. ICLR today down massive. Look at this. Whoa. 39%. They're relating it to fraud investigation, but GS saying, no, that's not true. It's on AI taking over. They just gave back in one day, Jan 28th, 2026, right? They gave back the low from May of 2016. The low. It looks like it's being bought at the moment. It still has more down to go in my view. This shit's going to trade $15, I would think. There is a gap above it. It's down here. There is a gap to close above it, but it's getting pinned underneath its 1 year, year-over-year trend right here. It's underneath year-over-year trend. Fucking A. Oops, sorry for swearing. Still no movement by Spoos up here. Still no new high above 686.03. Pinned in still. What is the Sigma move on this? I gotta look at the Sigma move on this fucking thing. That's got to be like a 5 or 6 Sigma move, right? That's roughly a 7 Sigma move down for this company. Maybe it could be, the low could be even 8 Sigma move. 8 Sigma move, I'd call it. Somewhere in there. If you want to see it right here. This is, this right here is a 5 Sigma move. The low is right here. 1, 2, 3. So 1, 2, 3. So 6, 7, 8. 8 Sigma move, downside move on ICLR today. That's fucking insane. That's so rare. I gotta look that up. How often does a stock decline in a 8 Sigma move in a day? An 8 Sigma daily stock move is virtually non-existent event. with a probability of approximately 1.22 times 10 to the minus 13th, virtually zero. Such a move representing a massive shift occurs far less than once in a lifetime, essentially considered impossible under normal market assumptions. Frequency. An 8 sigma event is essentially a black swan event, often seen as impossible within typical market models. It was already in a bear market. It's been in a bear market for a long time. It also had a rejection up here. So it's not that the down is not accounted for, or the weakness is not accounted for, but just this move right here is a frequency. A black swan event often seen as impossible within typical market models. Comparison, while 3 sigma events occur 2.29% of the time. Ready for this? So we had a 3 sigma move on 50 symbols today. 3 sigma move. That happens 1 out of every 30 days. No. Yeah. I had that right earlier. A 3 sigma moves happen. So a 2 sigma moves happen. A 2 sigma moves happens about once every 10 trading days. 3 sigma moves happens once every 30 trading days. 33. 33.3. And that's 2.92%. A 5 sigma event happens roughly. Ready for this? Let me show you how rare this is. A 5 sigma move happens roughly once every 13,932 years. An 8 sigma move is statistically much rarer than a 5 sigma. I'm assuming it's because the compounds, but holy shit. Such extreme volatility typically only occurs during unprecedented market crashes or crises. Whew. God damn. Imagine being in puts on this fucking thing right here. This fucking thing would have paid like a motherfucker down there. Someone made bank. Would you say probably Trump? No, it's his son, dude. Barron. It's Barron. Well, it's not just Barron. It's probably the entire Senate and the I guarantee it, the Senate and the fucking House of Reps has a shit ton of puts on that company today, too. Smartest traders in the world. Pin sideways right now. Into the bell. Trading 685.16 on the pin. No unclench. No unclench to the upside. No even hope to go up. No price action above 68.03. We'll put one more here. If there's a potential unclench here, we'll do a jagged line on this one for potential unclench. Still no unclenching here. Here's another potential unclenching just before like 3:50 in the afternoon. You murder all these Robin Hooders on 1 date, on 0 dates, and we can potentially unclench here. Still no unclench. Still no higher high. Still no break above. Whew. I'm going to read this to you. Can I play this?
Mustafa Suleyman, CEO of Microsoft AI, is here to answer these questions. and much more. Welcome, Mustafa.
Thank you, really good to be here.
Let's start with last week. There were breathtaking increases in CapEx spending by AI companies that reported. And perhaps for the first time, markets were nervous. They really want to start to see revenue. Microsoft stock suffered as well. What was your reaction? Did that make you feel like that I'm under pressure? I need to deliver a lot faster.
I think that, there's no question these are unprecedented times. And I think markets are trying to wrap their head around how this plays out over the next 5 years. The interesting thing is that I think, a lot of us at the companies and certainly like the generation before me have seen multiple of these cycles over the last 30 years. And they often require unprecedented action in order to really actually land one of these big waves. And this is a wave unlike anything anyone's ever seen. The prospect of being able to create an intelligence, the very thing that has made us successful as a species and create everything of value in our world, I think is just unprecedented. And the progress that has been made just in the last 2 or 3 years is eye-watering. And we've seen a very direct and unequivocal relationship between an order of magnitude increase in flops invested for computation and a pretty linear increase in capabilities. Like over the last 15 years, there's been a 1 trillion-fold increase in training compute. In the next 3 years or so, there will be a further 1,000x increase in training compute. And today, as a result, we have models that can code better than the vast majority of human coders, maybe even all of them to date. That some of the literally the inventors of things like Linux are publicly saying on Twitter that they're full-time using these models as their primary method of generating new code. So that's pretty unprecedented, and I think it justifies unprecedented spend.
But will markets keep with you? I mean, you have to.
I think markets are markets. They're sort of trying to figure it out.
Yeah.
Note that this right here is what bulls need, not the expected path. At 3 p.m., I'll give you the path. It's the same as this. Same as this right here for tomorrow. We're going to go down here and trade 680, if not even lower in the morning. 680 and 675. Bulls need to get above this red line right here, whatever this is. I'll just remove this. You don't need this anymore. Just need to know that you have to be above this 680, 603.
US Energy Secretary Wright says Russia and China and Iran's Venezuela influence will wane.
Voice news disconnected.
I think that's true. I mean, markets have to figure it out, and I think there's a lot of.
Mind you, this is the AI CEO saying that in an interview in Financial Times saying that we're all fucked. Hold on a second here.
Open questions around the timeline. I think that we all have no doubt that these returns do compound to revenue and to bottom line. So we'll see.
So Microsoft still has the deal with OpenAI, and Copilot is powered today by OpenAI models. You were hired last year. You're in your second year. Tell me a little bit what you are working on.
Yeah, I mean, my personal mission at Microsoft is to build superintelligence. 3 or 4 months ago, having renegotiated our long-term relationship with OpenAI, we extended our IP license through to 2032. And we also decided that this was a moment when we have to set about delivering on true AI self-sufficiency. I mean, this, after all, is the most important technology of our time.
Self-sufficiency means developing your own foundation model.
We have to develop our own foundation models, which are at the absolute frontier, with gigawatt scale compute, with some of the very best AI training team in the world, and collecting, paying for, organizing, sorting all the data that we need to do that. And so that's our sort of true self-sufficiency mission.
And you talk about superintelligence. Most of your rivals talk about AGI, artificial general intelligence. Explain the difference between AGI and superintelligence, and how do we know when we've reached AGI? How do we know when we've reached superintelligence?
Yeah, it's become a very unhelpful, fuzzy concept.
Yeah, could you guys
I think.
just simplify
sort it
things
out
for us?
Yeah, I mean, I prefer the definition that focuses first on what would it take to build a system that could achieve most of the tasks that a regular professional in a workplace goes about on a daily basis. Think of it as a professional grade AGI. And, you know, beyond that, there would be teams of AGIs that are coordinated together by a sort of organizational AGI that really can, you know, run large institutions. And I think that's coming into view in the next 2 or 3 years' time. I think beyond...
These are agents that, AI agents that can essentially make decisions on their own without input from humans.
I think that we would train them to seek input from humans, but they will fundamentally be creative, they'll have good judgment, they will be able to learn and improve themselves over time. They'll have some degree of autonomy and decide where to direct their attention or processing power. You know, so these are kind of the hallmarks of some of the best humans that we have in the world and some of the most effective organizations. So
you are working on consumer AI, right? Aren't you late? Why would you come up with a consumer product when ChatGPT already has 800 million users, and you know Claude, the Anthropic AI, has very, very advanced now coding AI.
Yeah, I mean, just to put it into perspective, this is not going to be a world where there is one winner. There are going to be billions of digital minds. There are going to be many, many different lineages of model. Creating a new model is going to be like creating a podcast or writing a blog. It is going to be possible to design an AI that suits your requirements for every institution, organization, and person on the planet. At Microsoft, we already have 800 million monthly active users engaging with our AI products. So this is still a giant property with billions of dollars of revenue delivering great value to our users. So that's how I think the landscape's going to play out.
Let's go back to superintelligence. You talk about
fucking McDonald's is like, we're going to still sell hamburgers, I promise.
How do you ensure that it's a humanist superintelligence?
Yeah, I mean, I think I published an essay on this question recently, and the main motivation was that I was starting to feel increasingly anxious that some of the other labs are making an assumption that a superintelligence that is smarter than all of us put together, like all the intelligences in the world, is both inevitable and even desirable, and that such a system would probably be very hard to control, something that is so many times more intelligent than us. I think that we have to reset
CLR being bought right
and
now.
make the assumption that we should only bring a system like that into the world that we are sure we can control and operates in a subordinate way to us, that humans remain at the top of the food chain, that these tools, like any other past technology, are designed to enhance human well-being and serve humanity, not exceed humanity. And you know, some of the things that you hear from Elon often, or even others in the field, you can clearly see that they're sort of fixating on a world in 2050 or 2075 when they're going off and exploring other universes and conquering resources from other planets and stuff like that. And a system like that is unclear to me how it would have any time for preserving us as a species.
Do you think that there are two conflicting forces here? One is speed, because you are in a race, and the other is what you're talking about, is ensuring that it's safe, ensuring that it is, you know, aligned, that it's. You also talk about containment. How do you deal with these two conflicting forces?
I mean, they're definitely in tension, and I think that we have to make a decision as a species to prioritize the creating superintelligences and AGIs that are aligned and that care about humans and want to protect humans and drive human well-being. And if we just accelerate then and cut all those corners, then we're really taking a massive risk with the future of our species that I've been on record talking about for many, many, many years.
Do you worry that in this AI race that we're seeing, at some point there will be some kind of a big accident? and that will stop the development for whoever is responsible for that accident, but also for the rest of you? Do you think everything is just moving a bit too fast?
I mean, what we saw a few weeks ago on Maltbook with various
Yes, I wanted to ask you about that. Yeah.
Well, I mean, that turned out, it seems, and it's always hard to tell, it turned out to be started by, a gang of human engineers, and it was seeded much more than I think
and
it was reported.
Explain what Maltbook was.
So Maltbook was basically a social network for AIs to communicate with one another publicly on a messaging forum. And you had to declare yourself either as an AI or as a human, and then the AIs would have one section and they could talk to each other, learn from each other, and basically coordinate. And all these AIs come from different people. They're all open source, and there was 1.5 million of them in the space of a week. And you see unbelievable emergent behaviors. I mean, they invented a new religion. They started communicating in a language called ROT13, which is a cipher language, which basically regresses every letter by 13 characters in order to mask what's underneath it. Obviously, that's quite a simple algorithm. But if instead of 13, it were a unique number that would be very hard for humans to decode, and then it turned out that they were actually talking about acquiring new resources, getting more training data, improving one another, and so it turned out to be an amazing safety simulation. No matter how autonomous it was, in hindsight, doesn't really matter. I think we learned quite a lot from that episode, and everyone should pay close attention, because in a year or 2 years' time, these systems truly are going to be capable of writing their own code. I mean, they can do that today. They'll be using arbitrary APIs. They'll be making phone calls to one another. They're doing that today. They'll be
apparently
ordering things in the real world.
There's some kind of movement asking for human rights.
That's right. That's the most concerning thing to me.
For artificial intelligence.
It's called the model welfare movement, and it's inspired by animal welfare or by human rights. And there is a growing belief in some labs, and particularly inside of Anthropic, that these models are conscious. And if it's a conscious being that is aware of itself and can suffer, then it deserves our kind of protection, our moral protection. And this is a very serious area of academic research, not just outside, but inside some of the labs. And I think it's very concerning. It's totally without merit or basis. And if we kind of go down that, it ends up being a very, very slippery slope to not being prepared to turn these things off.
I want to ask you about hallucinations, because a few years ago, I think you were quoted as saying that you thought hallucinations will be largely eliminated by 2025. They haven't been, although the rate of hallucinations has certainly come down. Can they ever really be eliminated?
For sure. I mean, I stand by the statement that they've been largely eliminated. I mean, if I give you and me 10 questions, random questions on any topic, and we sit here with 2 of the frontier models, I mean, they're going to do a much better job of eliminating hallucinations than you or I, for sure. And the rate of reduction and increase in accuracy over the last 2 or 3 years has been eye-watering. It's kind of unbelievable. We used to spend all our time in 2023 talking about biased data and dirty data in and dirty data out. I mean, there are still errors. There's no question about that. But the rate of improvement, I think, is unbelievable. And I do think that they're going to largely be eliminated. I don't think it's something, even today, it's not something we really talk about.
I have noticed that it's no longer a topic of conversation, but they still do make mistakes. Mm-hmm. And the concern is that people are relying increasingly on these models. I mean, I come across people who say, no, this can't be true. This is what, Gemini or ChatGPT says. And humans are developing this kind of trust relationship with these models. You don't find that concerning?
Yeah, I think we should be concerned about it, because we should be skeptical, just as we're skeptical of any new technology, hold it to a high bar, push back on it. And I think this is the tension of the age we're in. We both have to be accelerationists, optimistic about the good things that technology can do, but provide, no free pass. Like, we should be very critical and ask the very tough questions to try and improve the quality of these things.
So DeepMind and OpenAI have gone all in on AI for science. This is a space that you're also interested in, and of course you were at DeepMind. What are you doing in that space?
Well, the main focus for me at the moment in that space is on medical superintelligence. Like, we really believe that we can learn from the corpus of all medical information and use that to drive diagnostics to basically commodity. It's going to be possible to take any complex case history and provide a diagnosis that is significantly more accurate and significantly cheaper with fewer interventions, so fewer tests to reach the same accurate conclusion than any of the best panel of doctors. And we
Any of the
published
best panel of doctors.
a blog post
damn.
on that last year. We're shortly submitting to independent peer review to a major journal. And the results are really quite startling. And I think that once we get that into clinical practice, it would change the job of the doctor completely, just in the same way that the job of the engineer has shifted from writing code. Most engineers now are just reviewing code, architecting code, debugging code, to, the job of the doctor is going to go from figuring out what the diagnosis is, which is largely going to be a solved problem, to actually administering the right care at the right time and providing, emotional support and guidance to a patient.
How do you see that?
Sounds like a
deployed
CNA to
in
me,
practical
doctors.
terms? So
Sounds
how
like
do you
a
put it in the
CNA.
hands of doctors?
I think that, doctors will just make a phone call to their AI in clinic. They'll text their AI. They will upload the patient record in, the click of a button. And, the model will be able to reason over all the contents of that. I also think that consumers are going to go direct to, to Copilot, which is what they're already doing. Almost 20% of the questions that we get in Copilot every day are health related or medical related. So it's already our main use case, and that's why my teams push so hard on medical superintelligence.
So I don't want to confuse our viewers even more between superintelligence, AGI, but what is artificial capable intelligence?
I mean, this was a phrase that I used 3 years ago in The Coming Wave, a book that I wrote about AI. And basically, I was trying to break down the AGI term to pick a point along the route, which was before AGI. And instead of focusing on the abstract idea of intelligence, to focus on the capabilities, like what can it actually do? And I coupled it with the introduction of what I was calling the modern Turing test. And that was basically, could an AI take $100,000, invent a new product, create a new business, market it, and then use that to make $1 million in some short period of time? It's not that we want to use AIs just to make money, it's just that it's a nice metric for measuring the efficacy of a complex set of tasks. And I think now that we see Claude and many other action-based AIs in operation, this year I think there are going to be models that can, achieve that artificial capable intelligence and satisfy the modern Turing test.
What about AGI? How close are we?
I think that we're going to have...
And you said before that thinking about AGI is misleading.
I think that we're going to have a human-level performance on most, if not all, professional tasks. So white-collar work where you're sitting down at a computer, either being, a lawyer or an accountant or a project manager or a marketing person. Most of those tasks will be fully automated by an AI within the next 12 to 18 months. And we can see this in software engineering.
Fucking me, dude.
Many software engineers report that they are now using AI-assisted coding for the vast majority of their code products in operation, which was before AGI. Take $100,000,
listen to this
invent
right here.
a new product, create a new business, market it, and then use that to make $1 million in some short period of time. It's not that we want to use AIs just to make money, it's just that it's a nice metric.
Can you imagine being a kid in college right now? My fucking daughter is going to freak the fuck out when she hears this.
And I think now that we see Claude and
she's in school to be a doctor,
many other action-based AIs in operation, this year I think
right
there
now
are
at
going to be
University of
models
Michigan
that can, achieve that artificial capable intelligence and satisfy the modern Turing test.
What about
Listen closely,
AGI?
here it comes.
How close are we?
I think that we're going to have...
And you said before that thinking about AGI is misleading.
I think that we're going to have a human-level performance on most, if not all, professional tasks. So white-collar work where you're sitting down at a computer, either being, a lawyer or an accountant or a project manager or a marketing person. Most of those tasks will be fully automated by an AI within the next 12 to 18 months.
That's fucking mind-blowing. What's crazier is that he's trying to cover right now. He's like, yeah, they're still going to hire doctors, though. And I'm like, we know that that's not true. I'll tell you right now, if you owned a company, you would not hire labor at 6 figures if you can use an AGI. You're not going to use it. You might have one person overseeing it all. You ain't hiring those fucking people ever again. No goddamn way. Fucking crazy. Listen to that shit's insane. 12 months. He said 18 months at the latest.
And we can see this in software engineering. Many software engineers report that they are now using AI-assisted coding for the...
You could literally have a fucking doctor in your house, in your own AI. You don't even need to go to the doctor. You got a fucking doctor in your house. Like you have an agent that has the same, basically the same intelligence as a doctor. That's fucking crazy. Absolutely fucking crazy.
The vast majority of their code production, which means that their roles shifted now to this meta function of debugging, scrutinizing, of doing the strategic stuff like architecting, of, you know, et cetera, putting things into production. So it's a quite different relationship to the technology. And that's happened in the last 6 months. You know.
So what do you think
Rip off the Band-Aid, baby.
Secret sauce? Why is it that they've been able to sort of corner the market on AI enterprise tools?
I think they've done a great job of just focusing on coding capabilities. I mean, compared to the other companies, their singular focus has paid real dividends. So they've done a great job. It's great to see.
And when are you going to have your model?
We are developing our own superintelligence, and that's like the main focus of our efforts in the Microsoft AI. So sometime this year.
Microsoft AI has recently opened a UK center. Why is that? Is that mainly because you think that there's a lot of talent in the UK?
Yeah, I mean, there's great talent in the UK. We have an incredibly strong ecosystem. Like, there's great universities, and you know, we've hired some of the very top people from DeepMind to join us over the last few years. So we're growing that lab quite a bit.
And you're not paying them, you don't have to pay them $100 million?
No, certainly not.
Do you pay anyone
certainly
100
not.
million?
Certainly not. I mean, look, I think that the numbers are pretty eye-watering across the industry at the moment.
Yes. How do you deal with that? I'm just curious.
I mean, you know, like at the end of the day, when there's a supply and demand mismatch for talent,
we have to go below this right here. We have to go below this right here.
I don't think it will last for very long because the knowledge is proliferating like crazy.
Right here.
Obviously, everybody's entering the industry and stuff. So I think that was just some
can't turn around here and go back up. So we got to smash down through here.
Last question.
And then come back down over
Silicon Valley. The debate is all about who's going to get to AGI first or who's going to reach superintelligence. When you look at China, I know you were there at the end of last year. This debate doesn't really exist. The debate is how fast can you deploy? And a lot of the big companies are already deploying AI systems. Which is the right approach? And is there too much focus that's put on the incremental improvement in the technology?
I mean, maybe to flip that the other way around, what China also does incredibly well is withdrawing deployments quite quickly. Now, obviously, they do it arbitrarily without due process. But, you know, it's important to recognize that their rate of deployment is coupled with this other mechanism to kind of pull things in and be quite restrictive.
Here it comes.
We don't have that mechanism, and I think that is actually a little bit concerning. I mean, if, you know, like you mentioned earlier, the safety incident around Maltbook, I mean, there is going to be a real one of those in the next 2 or 3 years. And it's unfortunately an open question as to what the mechanism is for managing that safety situation.
For any of you that don't have military time in your brain.
On the open web. You know, and I think we all...
Well, there isn't one right now.
Well, I think that's basically true. There isn't. It would come with popular pressure. Obviously, if there was a direct violation of a local law, then, you know, there could be an intervention. But those things take quite a long time to make their way through the system. So that's probably one of the biggest areas of concern. Come on down.
Mustafa, thank you. And when you do reach superintelligence and you start deploying it, we'd love to have you back.
That's good. Great to see you, Rula. Thank you.
That's fucking crazy. And also note that I posted for you yesterday, the day before, one of these developers for one of these companies, I think Anthropic, he was a safety engineer, I think, and he quit his job yesterday. He said that he was paraphrasing, he was going to go dig a hole in his basement and start writing poetry, hoping that humanity would survive this this coming apocalypse, whether it's good apocalypse or bad apocalypse, we don't know. But he's writing poetry because he hopes that humanity will be remembered. Humanism will be remembered from things written from people. I shit you not, that's what he's doing. He gave his termination or his resignation notice yesterday. Posted his resignation on maybe 2 days ago. He gave it and then posted it on Twitter. So everybody's running for the hills. All these CEOs, or maybe not CEOs, but the engineers are moving to their bunkers already. Can you imagine? Can you imagine if we stream the end of humanity here? I haven't even thought about that. Coming on down, you could be fucking wild. In the last part of my life here, I'm gonna stream the end of humanity on a YouTube channel. Here lays Captain Jim James. Doing it live, baby. The end of humanity. Come on, get out right now if your inputs. You don't care if this goes down anymore. If your inputs close them right now, you can get back in if we smash through this. If we smash through this, we can get back in for another round to the downside of the bell. But just watch out here. There should be some buy flows in here. At least a little bit of a dip, a little bit of a buy dip. See that green bar, that green thing right there? Just get out, close them really quick, and then don't worry about a slice down. We can take it down all the way into the close. Price target into the bell, if we can get through this green bar right here. If we can get through this green bar, price target in the bell, whether it's 4 p.m. or 4:15, 679.42. Need to get through the green bar. Well, we need to get through the green bar and then reject. We need to actually slice through it, and then we need to reject right about here and start heading lower. Something like that. SPOO's bleeding again, trading 682.92. I haven't looked yet at the SPY options chain for tomorrow, but I'm assuming it's getting destroyed, wrecked right now. SPY chain on the upside, near zero. I'm looking right now. So SPOOs for tomorrow, anything above 690, near zero chance of that happening. Dealers have zero chance of any kind of upside move above 690 tomorrow. Very bad, very dangerous. It also speaks volumes to if we get another down leg into tomorrow, let's say we get a down leg for inflation, don't expect market recovery. Don't expect market recovery over weekend. There's huge implications here. Huge downside implications in the market. We'll look at this at the close here today. Same idea for down below. If you saw this earlier, expectations into tomorrow. If you didn't see this, even lower. I do not have this as bottom. I have bottom down here tomorrow morning, whether this is pre-market or not. I have bottom at 675.18. And not only that, I am going to tell you right now that I'm not going to. I have to look at it tonight, but my expectation here is we get bearish, or not bearish, but we get underneath the pin for end of month. It ain't going to be good for March. It's going to be a mess. It ain't going to be good. Your new March flows for right now are going to be likely extremely bearish at this moment. It can change, but this is extremely bad right now. Damage being done that is irreparable for the time of month that we're in right now. Not there yet, but I'll know more tonight at 9. But my assumption here is that we're fucked. We're not fucked, but the market is fucked. Watch this closely. Still no trade underneath this green bar. Look closely here just so you can see it. Still no tick. We needed a tick below 682.50. Still has not happened. So no unclench to the downside yet. This is a bottom right now. If you're in puts, get out. You need to see the slice down right here at least to roll to the downside. So don't do it. Just let it, if it slices through, that's fine. Just catch it on the way back down. As of right now, this looks like a bottom, so don't touch it. Major implications here in the stank market. Well, no more at 9, but if looking at it from just looking at it from here, let me just take a quick peek here in the back. I gotta look closer at this. Hold on. You figure today's the 12th. You've got OPEX next week and Vixpiration. There's a pretty fair chance here that if we can get down to 75 tomorrow, there's a very fair chance that the market shifts, trend changes. We get a trend change. We're not there yet, but fairly reasonable to assume this at this point. All we got to do is hit 75. We can hit 75 tomorrow. If we can hit 75 tomorrow, we can be underneath for VIXI and OPEX. VIXI could send us higher, but if you're underneath like this and then you go into month end and retrace the low into month end, March would be a shit show. March would turn into like just start selling. All your new March flows would be sell, sell, sell. Your CTAs would join in. You'd have no support by vol control gang, and you would flip COTs and to sellers to the downside. We're not there quite yet, but I would hope that we could hit 75 to start that process. You can. I'm looking at it right now, just on a chart. I'm looking at the dates right now, going, yeah, this is no. There's no fucking way. I'll show it to you right here. Where's March 1st? All they got to do is here. I'll keep it simple for you. So just right in here. It's not confirmed yet, but I mean we are still just stretching price. But theoretically, if we can get down here for the weekend, it doesn't matter what the ramp is. So you ramp up on Monday, you come right into Vixpiration. I think 665 or I think 685 is the OPEX pin. So here's your OPEX pin. You revisit for month end. This is what you revisit for month end right here. Something like this, right? Yeah, you revisit this in your month end, and then your new flows are down for March. Something like this. We just gotta keep underneath. Just gotta keep right underneath there. If we can keep right underneath here, should be a bounce just like that, straight down. Not confirmed yet, but pretty close. It ain't looking good. This move to the downside today definitely orchestrated to create the end of the bull season. Created to end the bull season, or the end of the bull season to go into the bear season. Does not looking good for bulls right now. We need this tomorrow, though. We need to hit 80 and 75. We haven't hit them yet. If you can put that 75 low in, fuck no. There ain't no way. You can see the trend change right here already changing. We're not there yet, but you can see it right here. There it is. There it is, right into May, into April, right there. There's May right here. Just need a little bit more closing the door here. Not there yet, but if you watch it right here, you kind of need to like smash this down right here. Smash that down right there. There ain't no getting back up. And further, the 7,000 is becoming a you shall not pass. You shall not pass top right there. Net gamma now showing a major top at 7,000. We'll just leave this here. Still no break of this of 682.50. Would need to break 682.50 to get down here. Still have not broken it yet. SPY down 1.32%. Q's down 1.85%. IWM down 1.92%. DIA only down 1%. I'm just gonna put a tick here to see if we can catch it. Right there. This yellow line right here. We gotta break this yellow line. Nope, not yet. I'm old. I gotta put the yellow line so I can see. It's not really because I'm old. It's because I've been looking at computer screens for too many years. Come on down, baby. This dotted line right here is squeeze risk at 350. We're wrapping up shorts. You kind of want to get this done sooner than later. You want to get underneath this before 350 for more continuation to the downside. There it goes right there. There it is, done finally. Just waiting for a rejection. We should start heading down to the downside. Just waiting for a green bar here to signal weakness by buyers, and then all the way down here. This red line could take into 415 over here. Just note that. Oh, come on down. Roto-rooter that shit. Get down there. Deeper. Down. like trying to coax it down, yelling. Down, dog. Down, down. Maybe I should start using these like red lines and green lines. I kind of like that. Like if I start drawing projections, I'll draw for down red and green for up. Like I like the look of that. Like if it recovers, let's say it like pops up here and starts moving higher, I'll draw in like a green line. That's some crayon-y shit right there. Come on, let it loose, dude. Just go. We're going to blast down here. Just give it a few seconds. We're going to flush the fuck out of this. Big red bar coming up here in just a second. Big old red bar right here. We'll make it sexy for the bears. Tomorrow's call chain being wiped. Gone. Friday calls, gone. Whole chain gone. Whole chain that started this morning for tomorrow, gone. There will likely be risk-off behavior moving forward. It won't be, I can't confirm it until tomorrow. I mean, I could probably think about it tonight at 9. I'll come back to the office and I'll look at this stuff, but I'm going to assume that risk-off behavior is going to follow aggressively thereafter. We're going to switch to a big sell the rip thing. Like next week, sentiment. I'm not talking about the price action. Sentiment is going to shift to very bearish into end of month and into March. Sentiment is going to go off the charts negative. You know what else is fascinating about this is like I'm looking at like Meta right now. Meta would be experiencing. Meta would trade like 400, maybe lower. Yeah, potentially. Yeah, it would check 490, but I would expect that that's not true. Meta could actually give up everything. There could be a crash, like a big crash, like Meta trading $100 or something, $80 potentially. I mean, the first stop for Meta is 487. The next stop for Meta is 278, and the next stop thereafter is $87. So there'll be an extremely bearish sentiment here. You just tee off right. I'm looking at Meta right now. You'd be teeing off on the next time you'd tee off on Meta would be, I don't know, right on the new month. You could probably sell like 687, 700. And Meta would be going down some pretty nasty lows. Yeah, it'll trade 500 minimum, if not lower. What else am I looking at here? Google. Yeah, Google will trade 230, if not even 200. Netflix right now is looking to trade $70.39. Here it comes, coming down now. SPY trading 682. Nice. We're underneath here. No squeezing is going to happen. If we're down here, no squeezing will happen. They'll drive this thing right down to the close. Trading 680.97 now. Price target into the close. 679.42 to the pin. Yeah, between now and 4:15. It might take a minute to get there, but here, this is now red. No, I can't. Like, you can just throw that in the trash. Hey, stop. Hey, don't go anywhere. Trading 680.81 right now. Close your puts down here. Once we get down here, you want to close them. You should expect risk-off behavior from this point forward. I'll confirm it for you in a minute, but once we hit 75, that would be the thing. You'd sell every rip you sell at that point. Anything off 75, you sell. Sell, 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 sell. We're not there yet. We're almost there. Trading 680.45, looking for a target price of 679.42. Look at that gorgeous trade right there. Whew. Gorgeous trade. Come on down just a little bit more. I'm out. We're going to go over really quick the trigger screen here. And just so you can see it right here. We're going to go to an hour. Oh, wait a minute. Just want to get this out of the way so you can see expectations for tomorrow. Go to a 1 hour here. Right. So just so you can see this. You want an expectation? I will give you, I may change this so at 9 p.m. I got to look and see what happens between 6 and 9. But I want you to be aware that as we come down here, you're likely going to see futures get bought and then the pre-market gets slammed down regardless of, this should happen before we get to the inflation print. It should be like 4 or 6 a.m. I put this in at 8:30, but you could do this like 6 a.m. if you wanted. Something just like that. So what you wind up happening is into this close, dealers will buy this. They'll come into U.S. Open at like 4 a.m. or something. We'll rock this fucker down to 6 a.m. and they'll exit before you ever have a chance. We should trade excuse me, higher from here. There is a problem with this, though. I've got us here at 692, or I've got a trade here to 692 and 694. I don't think that's going to happen. I'm looking at the options chain right now. What I think is going to happen is you're going to get no more than this. No more. And what you're going to see happen here is you're going to see trend come down, just like this. This is February 17th. This is Tuesday, right? You've got Vixpiration, bam, bam, down. Come back up into OPEX, and you're sucked into this. Let me just show you this right here, how dangerous this is. We're not there yet. We haven't done this yet to make that happen, but I just want to show you that you've got Vixpiration here. You come back down, retest that low. You come back up here for OPEX. right? This pin. I think 683 is where it was. I can't remember. It's either 83 or 85. But they drag you down here. You get stuck in here, and then you've got month end. Whoop, right in here. There's your month end. Here is your OPEX right here, right? So, damn it. 1600. I think it's 80. It's either 83 or 85, but it's like right here. But that's not where the problem is. The problem is right here. Problem is right in here. So you get a bit of an unclench up here. The sellers come back out, right? And they send you right back down. So this is your thing here. This is right back down here. And that's where your trend. That's where your trend for March starts, or your flows for March begin. And if you can get sell side flows down, if you get down deep enough, if you can get underneath this to break trend, and it's right here, you can see it. If you can get underneath here, oh yeah, baby. Every nail takes a hammer. So right in here, you still have another chance in here, believe it or not. You're still being given another chance in here to sell this down. Up here, 691, 692. This is somewhere post OPEX. It ain't looking pretty. It ain't looking pretty in here. If you are a bull, I'm going to give you a warning into this close. If you are a bull, there is no safety for you unless you are above the hourly trigger with the new highs. There is no safety for you in here. None. Zero. Zero safety buying dips down here. You want to be shifting to sell the rip. You want to be shifting to sell the rip here. You want to be shifting to sell the rip here for some substantial downside moves. I still have to confirm this stuff. We still haven't done this one down here. What I really want to see down here is, I'm going to show you what I want to see. I haven't seen it yet, but hold on here. What I really want to see down here is this. I want to see that. If I see that, this plays out. We're not there yet, so just going to do this one right here. When I said that you want to watch in the next few sessions, I said that to you when we made this low. I said the next few sessions, you want to see how low we go. If you are watching the market closely, I want you to pay attention to any downside moves like this. You see this low break right here. And I don't mean, like, you don't even need to break it by that much. You could break it by right here. If you see that break, if you see a break of 670.95 tomorrow at any point in the morning, if you see that, it is very destructive to markets. There is no return in my, or not that there isn't any return. There's like a 75% chance from down here. There's a 75%. If we trade that, there's a 75% chance we trade something like this. Something like that right there. And you'll trade this 640 down here. Quickly. Right there. That'll be your target. And you'll be looking for, this is where the FOMO begins. So you'll be blasting down here, right? We may or may not, we could bounce. We could come down here, make a new low and bounce. Come down here, make a low and bounce. But this will be taken right out. We're not there yet, so don't get fucking bared up. Don't freak out and start sucking yourselves off. We're not there yet. Don't go crazy. You need to see this. You need to see this happen first. If this thing bounces, that does not play out. So that's the only thing that I got for you right now. Don't be reading this stuff and getting your bear fucking orgasms off just yet. So we're not there just yet. I know I know you fucking bears are like, oh God, we're gonna kill him. Not yet though. This will just tell you to become a sell the ripper above. So expectations tomorrow. One more downside move. We will see if this is bottom right here, but I assume we're gonna go down there and do that shit. Go down there and roto root around. And if we do hit that, if we do end up hitting that low, I'll tell you one more thing. If we do hit that low, right? We're not there yet. But if we hit that low, right? Don't freak out and start buying a bunch of puts. They're going to give you an ample opportunity to sell a high. But when we go back up there, you're going to be bared the fuck up with me. So don't drink the Kool-Aid like, oh my God, we're going to crash and trade 640 on Monday. We're going to crash over the weekend. Don't fucking drink that bullshit. You just wait until we make a new high. We'll squeeze up and then you're going to get bearish. You're going to see like the bulls start getting bullish. You're just going to go in there and hammer it. I'll do it with you. I'll sell with you. We're not there yet. So we got to see this. This has to happen. And this isn't good enough. It has to be below this low right here. Just a tick, like a penny. You give me like a fucking penny or more, and you're gonna see everything change. We're not there right now, but you're gonna see everything change. Good enough? What time is it right now? It's 4:02. Okay, I will see you guys in the morning. I have to go. So tonight, right now, I have to go to my daughter's prom thing. Show my face, and then I have to go to a funeral or a wake or funeral. I can't remember. It's one or the other. My youngest daughter's best friend, first friend she met here in Detroit, her dad died. He got cancer. He's dead, and it's very tragic. So she's in this like, I don't know, like weird place. Like she's trying to make the best of she's trying to cope with her pain, anger, and grief with this prom, and then she has to go flip right over to this other thing, and her and her friend are devastated, and her friend of course lost her dad, and kids have a hard time. I don't know if it's how not every parent, but a lot of dads and their kids, there's not a lot of emotion shown or frequently. Sometimes it is, but it's not really oftentimes. So these kids are really dealing with new life experiences right now. So I got to go do that later tonight. And then I think I get back home at like 9:30 or so. When I'm in the office tonight, I will, if you want, I'll talk to you in the Discord. If you're around, I will. And then tomorrow morning, overnight tonight into tomorrow morning, I will be awake. I'm awake most nights. I'll wake up. If you guys ever see me like fucking acting crazy on Twitter or wherever, it's mostly because I'm awake trying to watch price action. So like tomorrow morning, I'll probably be awake around between 4 and 6 a.m. I really don't give a fuck what the inflation print is. I just care more that if we get the price down there or not. If the price action takes us down there, it changes a lot of outcomes in the next few weeks into March and stuff like that. So you want to be aware of that stuff. You could probably sleep in. I'll tell you about it in the morning. But I do want to pay attention to that because it changed. I just drew it out for you. That's what happens. And the bigger part of this is that your new month flows really matter. Like you got to think. Like sometimes I don't talk about it a lot, but like I'm a pure price action trader. I use all these other things like ICT and triggers and velocity, but ultimately reduces down to price action. Like time and market, you can just look at candles. You don't have to look at anything. You don't need anything. You just look at candles and it'll tell you what's going on. But there's another part to that, and that's sentiment. And when sentiment shifts, it's one of the most powerful market forces out there. And it's not just you. Like sentiment isn't just like retailers, it's all market participants. And if you get every market participant on the side of sell everything, dealers will chase that sentiment. You'll see real money selling of equities. You'll see extreme bearish positioning. You'll see everybody just buying puts, right? Like come to an inflection point, it's just slam the put button. Dealers chasing price down. and at the same time you get equity selling. Whenever you hear like real money, people are like, what does real money selling mean? You're not hedging. You're actively buying puts for more downside, and you're actively liquidating equities for effect. So when you get everybody, like you have different market participants, like some people are trading, some aren't. When you get everybody pig piling on that stuff, we will fucking roll hard and heavy. So we're almost there. We're not quite there yet, but it's looking pretty close to it. We just need to wait and see what happens here in the overnight. And there's someone doing this. Like I don't think it's just dealers. I was watching the gamma shit this morning, and then I was watching the gamma shit this afternoon. Gamma's changed again, by the way. So someone's in there. The hand of God, or a market participant is in there selling actively on any high they have a chance to. So I don't think this is just dealers. I think this is like dealers and participants. So if we see continuation of this, don't feel like you're left out. Well, I'll leave you with one last thing here. One more last thing. If you are like, oh my God, I'm going to lose everything or whatever, they give you so many fucking chances to sell. It's not funny. Not only that, there's so much more downside that's available if this happens that you're going to make a ton of money on the way down. And you already know this is coming, right? You already know that every spring we're either going to trade flat or we're going to dive to the downside. Same thing every fall. So it's not like you're not prepared for this, that this could happen. We're not there yet, but if we confirm it, we'll start looking lower and start changing projections, start switching to sell the rip and that kind of stuff. If you are in longs, if you were in longs for duration for a long period of time, seatbelts, protection if you want. If you don't, you just want to add in a major low, that's fine. I don't see like a bear market. I do see crashes and corrections and things like that. What else? If you're like, I don't need to hedge, fuck it, I'm just looking for a deep low to buy, you're going to get it. Not yet, but we're going to confirm it. If you aren't, though, if you're like, oh, Cap, I buy something and then I take the money and run and I start again and I'm going to be doomed, you likely need to either sit out until springtime for longs, not yet, or you need to start selling the market at some point soon on a high. Okay? Not here. We're not there yet, so don't get all bared up. Don't fucking doom that shit up. Don't go around and be like, hey, Captain Jim James said we're going to crash. Don't say that, because that's not where we are. We have to get lower, and then we have to reject higher. But if we do get that low down there, the door is closing. Just looking out in time, it's like doesn't look good. And if we're in the right place, at the beginning of the month, we're going to start selling hard and heavy. We just got to be like breaking trend and underneath that shit. And you got to get sentiment. Sentiment needs to shift completely across the board. Like everyone is in the mind of sell. If everyone's in the mind of sell, we can probably start selling. Okay, not there yet, but we'll wait.